know what we're here for.
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, Dad!
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Consequences.
Come on! Are you not entertained? I'm staying in a race.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. It's a great day for being sad.
That's hot.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want to react. Give me a joke.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Right now.
Precision of language. Please.
Aren't I a good guy?
Winter is coming. A what now?
Put your drum up.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Science.
Facebook, book. Zuckerberg.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Here we are once again. Good to see all you folks. Hopefully you haven't lost track of Earth while floating. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so in my estimation, we better get right to it. So much to do, so much to see, space fams. Cannot tarry on in this way. As always, safety first, and don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as these space flights can often be dangerous and filled with turbulence. Well, let's get to it. Well, there you are, Space Fam. Soul Life, Aaron W, and Moanoa123 in the chat. Del Sol Verde, a close fourth. Bob Carmody, Schmegly, Mozart, PB. Who else is here? May Wormy. Midas Kevin Anderson. I think that's everybody. If I missed you, I apologize. But, we gotta get right to it. But before we do that, let me do one thing I have to make sure is functioning properly, as I didn't do it before the stream. It's very silly. What is this? Where is my... God damn it. Ah, there it is. Perfect. That looks good. Right, chat? Is that good? No, it's a little too big. No, gotta go back. Just a hair. Perfect. Alright, chat. It is that time. Where shall we start? I know where. The United States. But in the United States, before we get to politics, I figured we'd talk one health story.
Menopause is a chapter in women's lives that brings a myriad of what can be debilitating medical issues that can last for more than a decade. It's an area of medicine that for years has been overlooked and underfunded. Isabella Jabillion of Rhode Island
That is shocking.
has our story, which is part of our...
I am shocked. Is everyone else in chat as shocked as I am that somehow women's health issues were underfunded in our society? That's crazy.
That's too much, man!
Series, Unequal Treatment.
It was rage for no reason. The only one I wasn't mad at was the dog.
Artist Tanya Glover was 45 years old when she started noticing symptoms that she couldn't explain.
The anxiety, big time, that was the worst one. The night sweats, the irregular periods, the heavy periods. I just felt like I was kind of losing it a little bit. And a friend of mine said something about perimenopause. I'm like, what is that?
It's a familiar
the clip audio's low.
story
Thank
for
you.
Dr. Mary Jane Minkin, a gynecologist with Yale School of Medicine.
Thank you for mentioning this to me. I'm so glad that we have such awesome chatters here in chat to remind me of when I'm not doing my job so good. And happens enough times that it's actually very helpful when you do it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh boy. Take
Ongoing
two.
Series, Unequal Treatment.
It was rage for no reason. The only one I wasn't mad at was the dog.
Artist Tanya Glover was 45 years old when she started noticing symptoms that she couldn't explain.
The anxiety, big time, that was the worst one. The night sweats, the irregular periods, the heavy periods. I just felt like I was kind of losing it a little bit. And a friend of mine said something about perimenopause. I'm like, what is that?
It's a familiar story for Dr. Mary Jane Minkin, a gynecologist with Yale School of Medicine.
Menopausal symptoms, perimenopausal symptoms, can be extraordinarily disruptive to women.
Those symptoms can include increased...
Yeah, and I mean, I've never personally experienced them firsthand, but I remember as a kid, my mom was essentially in that age range. I think she was somewhere around her late 40s there, perhaps approaching 50s, and she was hitting premenopause, and I remember her just suddenly opening up windows in the middle of winter storms to shove her head out the window and things like that, which I think many would consider disruptive to their lives. Oh, God.
Flashes, migraines, insomnia, vaginal dryness, and changes in sexual desire. And Dr. Minkin says, all too often, they aren't taken seriously.
I just feel horrible for so many of these women who come in and they've been miserable for so long for no good reason. We have some great therapies for them so that people can lead totally normal lives.
But those therapies are going underused because the traditional treatment, hormone replacement therapy, developed a bad reputation in 2002. That's when Dr. Minkin says a prominent study called the Women's Health Initiative, or WHI, changed everything.
I remember where I was when JFK was shot. I remember where I was at 9/11. And I remember where I was on July 9th, 2002.
The study raised troubling questions about hormone therapies, including estrogen, which had been used as an effective menopause treatment since the 1940s. For the study, researchers divided about 27,000 women into two groups: women who had hysterectomies were given estrogen or a placebo. Women who still had their uteruses were given estrogen and a synthetic version of the hormone progesterone or a placebo.
It was supposed to go on for over 10 years.
Dr. Renee Eager is the director of the menopause program at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. She explained a worrisome finding that stopped the study dead in its tracks.
After 5 years, there was noted to be a statistically increased risk of breast cancer in the women who took the estrogen plus the synthetic progesterone. That study made it onto the front page of the New York Times. It was the topic of talk shows. The number of prescriptions for hormone replacement therapy decreased by 85%. Those numbers have not rebounded.
Today, instead of estrogen, Tanya Glover relies on anti-anxiety medication for her menopause-related depression and anxiety.
It's taken the edge off. That's it, though.
Oh, God.
It's still there. I probably couldn't do a regular job. I don't think I could handle it.
Does sound prohibitive.
And that's not an option for a lot of people.
Yeah, no kidding.
Did you ever consider hormone therapy?
I considered it. My doctor told me most insurances don't cover it. And it's pretty expensive. And, you know, you hear about the cancer risks, and I don't know who to believe.
What to believe about the WHI study has been the question for the last 20 plus years.
The actual increased numbers of breast cancer was only 8 women out of every 10,000 women.
That's a pretty small,
from a clinical standpoint,
practically
it was questionable
insignificant.
whether that was actually significant.
Yeah. I mean, 8 in 10,000? What is that? 0.08%? That is not a very statistically significant number in terms of increase.
The findings were skewed because the study included women in their 70s.
The average age of women enrolled in the WHI was 63. The average age of women going through menopause is 51. So you had these women who were way post-menopause.
It has taken decades for hormone therapy's reputation to rebound. Last May, a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that hormones were safe for many women under 60.
For women who are at low risk and appropriate candidates for hormone therapy is very safe when you look at the risks versus the potential benefits associated with it. We no longer tell women that they absolutely are or are not candidates for hormone therapy, but rather have individualized discussions with patients and take a look at their past medical history.
But Dr. Minkin says many doctors are not prepared to give this kind of guidance after being trained under the flawed findings of the WHI study.
because women stopped using estrogen in droves. Most programs training residents in OBGYN and some other specialties basically stopped teaching how to manage menopause.
So they didn't think they had any good treatment options, and therefore they stopped teaching about menopause altogether.
Exactly. Even as of last year.
Yeah, better just, grit those teeth, ladies. I mean, it's fucked up. Yeah, well, you better just deal with it.
70% of the OBGYN programs in the United States were not teaching menopause management.
Even with new, safer treatments, 2 decades after the WHI study, many patients don't believe their symptoms can be treated safely. But there are signs that change is happening.
Why is such a critical part of women's health being ignored?
It's getting increased attention on social media.
Good morning, Meniverse. Okay.
The Menoverse.
Just stop when you enter menopause.
And in the highest levels of government. Last March, President Biden signed an executive order to expand women's health research, noting menopause as a particular area of interest.
This is a hot flash.
Now, a non-hormonal drug is available. It was even advertised during last year's Super Bowl.
A not flash.
As for Tanya Glover, it's been a long, turbulent phase of life. How many years has it been now?
At least 10.
Of perimenopause.
I haven't had a period since last March, so I'm like a week or 2 away from full-blown menopause.
How does that feel?
I don't want to jinx it.
So yeah, I mean, this is clearly a situation that it doesn't apply, broadly speaking, across the entire swath of the population, but it certainly seems like it's a more nuanced situation than just hormones are bad for as a treatment, that they will in fact automatically cause cancer. Clearly there is a risk associated with it, but that's what the conversation with your doctor is for, right? And determine if you're at at a increased risk of cancer, perhaps associated with that. But can't just apply a finding such as increase of 8 in 10,000 across an entire population. It just doesn't make sense, mathematically speaking, to do that, right? So, it's clearly more nuanced, and, I just figured this was an important conversation to talk about. Women's health issues aren't talked about enough. They haven't been researched enough, and the fact is if you're not aware, women being involved in medical research didn't start until I can't remember exactly what year when it became a thing. It was like in the mid 1900s, I think. It was like the 60s or something, I think. All right. Now let's talk some political stories here. We got all sorts of stuff to talk about in the U.S. First, let's go to New York City and see what's going on there in the current mayoral situation. Of course, Eric Adams is currently under indictment and investigation, if I'm not mistaken, for a number of corruption-related charges, as well as some of his administration. And, there is a guy who's putting his hat into the ring.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. It's a pleasure to welcome to the program Zoran Mamdani.
Was it later than the 60s?
Assemblyman from New York's 36th District.
Was it really later than the 60s? I gotta look that number up. Sorry.
Candidate for New York mayor. I should also, full disclosure, you are my daughter's choice for mayor of New York City. I will remain neutral for this.
Oh my God!
Interview, but
it is later
I
than the
got
60s.
a full disclosure right there. She'd be mad. So thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome. I was actually going to announce that endorsement later in the interview. But thank you.
All right. Well, I scooped you. All right.
Okay, here. This is more clarity. Okay, so technically, technically, it wasn't written into law until the 90s. But I think, is this right? It looks like maybe in the 70s is when originally... So yeah, in the late 60s and 70s, that's when people started being concerned about the fact that women weren't involved in studies. So, I don't think I'm completely wrong, but you're right. It didn't actually become, like, prevalent in full scope until the 90s, which is insane to think about. Literally insane.
Zora, just tell us a little bit of your background. You're state assemblyman for New York's 36th district. You've been a member of the DSA since 2017, and that predates, obviously, your running and your endorsement from them. Just give us fill in a little bit of those gaps for us.
Yeah, well, my political journey in some ways begins with Bernie's 2016 run, which gave me the language to describe myself as a democratic socialist. And the year after that, I began getting more involved with DSA here in New York City and started to work on a city council campaign in southern Brooklyn for a Palestinian Lutheran minister named Khadr El-Yatim. And that was a campaign that transformed my life. And since then, became more and more involved with the organization, working on multiple campaigns, becoming a housing counselor, working with low to moderate income New Yorkers facing foreclosure, and eventually running to be the state assembly member of Astoria and Long Island City here in Northwest Queens. And in the time that I've been in the assembly, I have worked on issues affecting the fact that our city is becoming incredibly unaffordable for the very people who built it. In 2021, I worked closely with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, standing alongside thousands of taxi drivers who'd been sold a dream by the city of New York, going on 45 days of consecutive protest with them, organizing 5 fellow elected officials to get arrested in active civil disobedience, and eventually going on a 15-day hunger strike with those drivers, winning on November 3rd of that year $450 million of debt relief. And that is the first year of my time in the assembly.
And we should say, I mean, that was an amazing sort of campaign to help out these taxi drivers who there was a little, I don't know if bait and switch is the best description of it, but it was pretty close. I mean, they ended up getting roped into these very expensive medallions. Meanwhile, the entire industry was undercut and cut out from underneath them by the, gig economy like Uber and Lyft and whatnot. And then a lot of these guys were just absolutely trapped in enormous amounts of debt.
I mean, I would say that bait and switch is fair and frankly kind, considering what this city did to taxi drivers. Under Michael Bloomberg's administration, the city identified medallions as a potential source of revenue to make up a budget shortfall and intentionally jacked up the price of a medallion to levels that they knew drivers would never be able to repay, eventually seeing costs go close to $1 million when they had previously been hovering around or a little below $200,000. And then on top of that, as you said, flooding the market with Lyft and Uber cars, which have decimated the ability for these drivers to collect fares, all while welcoming lenders into the market, the same lenders that we had said could not operate in the housing market because of their culpability in the financial crash, now saying you can actually do business with immigrant taxi drivers across New York City, leading to an average debt amount of $550,000. And this is something that wasn't news. You grow up in the city, you know about this. You saw 9 drivers over the years take their own lives because they were living through a life of debt peonage. And what was so exciting is getting a chance to work alongside the union to finally win the relief that these drivers deserved and bring that average debt down by hundreds of thousands of dollars, eliminating balloon payments, giving people fixed amounts they have to pay, and ensuring that if they do default, then these lenders can't take their homes, which is what was happening to so many of the drivers.
All right, and
what a system we have. And we're going to listen to some more of this. I'm just going to skip around a little bit. Sorry, chat. But this guy identifies himself as, I believe, a democratic socialist, or perhaps just a socialist. I assume democratic, since he's engaging in a democratic election. And it's... I know that you're thinking, oh, this is sort of niche, right? StreamLord, this is just New York City. Well, yeah, kind of, but also New York City, if you're the mayor of New York City, you happen to be the mayor in the United States who has under your purview the most possible people in the country, right? Because, of course, New York City is the most populous city, not populist. Most populous city in the country, and so, you know, the policies of the New York City mayor have broader implications than most mayors.
Most especially on free buses, where we launched a campaign called Fix the MTA, where we won a free bus pilot, making one bus route in each borough free, funded by the state. And so I see an immense amount of interest if you had someone of the power of the mayor putting themselves full-throated behind that demand.
What's the theory on the free buses? Like, what is that? How does that increase the affordability? I mean, obviously the direct implications of no fare,
right?
But what else does it do in terms of making it more affordable for New Yorkers?
So to start, I would say that it's important we recognize that the fare $2.90 is out of reach for about 1 in 5 New Yorkers. That's what has been reported thus far, and that'll likely increase when the fare also is set to increase to $3 this upcoming summer. And what we found is that those very New Yorkers who we have targeted with means-tested programs are actually not applying to those programs because they have been failed by bureaucracy before, and it's very hard to convince them to trust that very bureaucracy again. And when we made these 5 routes free across New York City, what we saw is that ridership went up by 30%, and the majority of those new riders were making $28,000 a year or less, all of whom eligible for that program, only 14% of whom had actually applied to it, showing the importance of a universal approach. Second, we saw that there's a massive public safety implication here. When you made those 5 routes...
Absolutely, and I think that's one thing that we have to remember is that in many cases, you know, low-income people are also, unfortunately, because they're busy just trying to survive, are also low information in many cases because they don't have the time to be informed on certain things, and therefore, you know, they're not able to take advantage of some programs which are intended for them. Whether lack of being able to go to applying for it or just not even knowing that it exists. And, you know, just making these things just free is going, you know, like especially in these sorts of cases, like public transportation is going to affect those people the most.
It's free. You saw a drop in assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. And that mirrored almost exactly what we saw when Kansas City made their buses free, where they saw a drop in assaults on bus drivers by 39%. And finally, there's the environmental impact here. We desperately need to get people to use public transit more than they want to use a car for many different reasons, but one of them is also environmental. And the way that we do that is making it easy for them to do so. And we saw that in this pilot, 11% of new riders got out of their car, got out of a taxi, and took the bus instead. If we expanded this citywide, we would be seeing an incredible result for every single New Yorker, not just the ones lucky enough to be on those routes.
While we're talking about transportation and the sort of like the impact, I mean, I think for, you know, for some people, it may be hard to, you know, appreciate the, you know, when you're talking about $6 a day, $30 a week, 120 bucks a month in terms of travel, and you know, and then over the course of a year, people could do their own
thousands
math.
of dollars.
It comes around $1,300, $1,400.
Yeah, some whatever that is.
$28,000 a year. That's a big chunk of their income. But what's your sense of congestion pricing and how it's been impacted? It's been now, what, 2 or 3 weeks? And I feel like walking down Flatbush, I can tell the difference in the morning as to how many cars are going in there. And I'm watching, you know, the numbers seem to be up on the subway. And, you know, I'm watching also, you know, videos of people saying like, what used to take me 45 minutes to get into the city now, it takes me like 10 minutes. And I'm saving that money the $9 I'm spending to get in, I'm saving because I'm getting an extra hour and a half to work, essentially.
Yeah, I had a friend send me a video last night, a friend who has been a skeptic at times of congestion pricing, sending me a video of a guy who himself was a skeptic, but found that he was saving money on the parking that he used to pay because there was far fewer cars even on street parking now across Manhattan's central business district. You know, I have been someone who has supported...
And forget how long it takes to try and find a parking spot wherever you might be in the city.
Congestion pricing, primarily out of the fact
However long
that the
that
vast
fucking takes.
majority of working class New Yorkers who travel into Manhattan do so using public transit. And they deserve a public transit system that is well funded. And they also deserve to have a streetscape that has fewer cars on the road because of the congestion that is throttling New Yorkers who are sitting in traffic. We've seen ourselves in the top 3 cities in the world in terms of how long we spend in traffic, but also for bus riders, right? 1 million New Yorkers ride the bus every day. And there are parts of the central business district where the average speed of a bus is around 5 miles an hour.
Right.
And we're seeing reports that...
Right. And of course, buses also use the same roads that cars do. I don't know if you knew that one. That's a little fact for you to write down. And so, yeah, you have less cars on the road, and suddenly the transportation for even more people becomes faster because if more people are using the buses, it's like it feeds itself back, right? There's like a sort of like a loop here, something of a cycle happening. Feedback loop.
A lot of those buses, their speed is increasing in a significant way for any of them that are having any part of their route be in Manhattan, even buses that are spending the majority of their route in Queens because now they're not throttled on the bridge. And I launched a program last year in Albany called Get Congestion Pricing Right, saying that what we needed to do is follow the example of cities like Stockholm and London. When they implemented congestion pricing, they paired it with immediate service improvements. Because what New Yorkers need to see is that this is a price worth paying. And I'm excited that we're starting to see that. I'm also excited that we won more than $12 million in additional bus service for New Yorkers to be paired with congestion pricing that the governor has rolled out. But we need more. We need to make it clear that we will have world-class public transit, that although it is more affordable to be in this city than anywhere in the country when it comes to how much you spend on transit, it is still not affordable enough. And I think that's, again, it just goes back to the heart of this campaign, which is how do we make the city more affordable for working class people? And I've laid...
And that is exactly the sort of things we need to be focused on. Sort of just making not just New York City, but of course, mayor of New York City is only, that's his purview. But, we got to be thinking about how we do that across the board in all of our cities here in America. Because it seems to just be getting worse and worse.
That is minimal. We're talking about $19 million a year. But the effect of it, especially at a time when we're seeing a continued crisis of maternal mortality, is one that we cannot afford to avoid.
Is there do you have one of those like instruction manuals for parents who have maybe a kid in like middle school and one in college? Because
I don't want you to scoop our June announcements, but
I'd like to sign up for that one. Let's just talk about a little bit about what makes you, what distinguishes you from. There's about, I don't know, right now I think I've lost count, but somewhere around like 6 to 8 people I think have already declared. Obviously, Eric Adams in the race. You do not have the same support from the Turkish government, I understand, as Eric Adams does, or you obviously don't have the number of aides who are being investigated across the board, or any investigations, federal investigations of yourself. So, people can make that assessment in terms of Adams. But what about some of the other folks who are running in the race? There are, we've got several progressives in there. And I should also remind people, we now have ranked choice voting. So there is no like concept of splitting the progressive vote after you get to, I guess you get like 4 votes. But what distinguishes you from those competitors?
Well, Sam, the first thing I'd say is if I ever come back to this show with a much better hairline, then I think you should ask me directly if I've received any assistance from the Turkish government.
All right, well,
I don't know. His hairline seems to be doing pretty good.
Now, nothing.
It seems to be maybe receding a little.
We're running a campaign, unlike Adams, that is firmly within the confines of the law, and we don't view it as simply a suggestion that we can ignore at times when we want to.
Well, that may be the new baseline. We may do that.
But I think there are a few things that set us apart. One is our relentless focus on making this a more affordable city. The foregrounding of those 3, now 4, now 5 different policy proposals, to the extent that when I meet people across the city, they recite that platform back to me more than they know anything about me or my record. It's about what we are actually fighting for. And I think in many ways that's inspired by Bernie's relentless focus on an economic agenda at a time of immense inequality across the country. I think another point of separation is our fundraising stats. We have just announced as of yesterday that we raised more than $642,000 for more than 6,500 donors. And that has meant that we qualify for the city's matching funds program, which will give us an additional $2.4 million. So we will have all told $3 million just to start to run this race and tell every New Yorker how we're going to make this city more affordable. You know, the other point I would just make is that 84% of our donors are from New York City, and the number one profession was educator. And that speaks to who is actually putting the city on their back right now and who believes in us to do the same as a city government. And of all of the different campaigns, we raised the most in a single filing period. And we also were the first one to qualify for matching funds at the first opportunity. And then to your point about ranked choice voting and progressives, look, this is the only campaign that's calling itself a progressive campaign in the context of the mayor's race. And I've also made very clear to New Yorkers as well as to other candidates, I have no interest in critiquing anyone unless they're a disgraced New York executive, whether current or former. And so other than Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo, I am looking to work together with all of the other candidates to ensure that we turn the page on Eric Adams' mayoralty, and we do so by putting forward a clear vision for what a New York City would look like that wasn't actually dominated by the austerity politics that we've had to live on.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, I mentioned, you know, the fact that the mayor of New York City has a great number of people who they affect with their policies, but also not just New Yorkers as in New York City residents, because you know, there are downstream effects of the policies at the mayoral level in New York City that will also have implications for just New York State more broadly. Stuff people don't necessarily think about, but it is true. All right, okay. Let's keep going. Let's go a little bit south. Well, yeah, southish, right? Yeah, to Philadelphia, or southeast, southwestish, I guess, really. Whatever it is, forget the direction in which we're traveling. Let's just go to Philadelphia and look at this, which is apparently not breaking, but sort of breaking situation. I think this is a couple of days ago, technically. But we talked about this earlier, how the Philadelphia 76ers had intended to build their new stadium in the Philadelphia Chinatown, essentially, or directly adjacent to it, and residents of that area were quite upset and have been protesting for some time. And apparently, that pressure has caused Philadelphia to change their tune.
Yesterday, when the news broke that the Sixers are not going to build their arena in Chinatown, I mean, immediate relief. So I think a lot of folks thought the deck was stacked against us, it was a done deal, and I'm like, yes, it was definitely David versus Goliath, but David wins, right? So I think we are relieved about this arena, but we're also very cautious, staying vigilant about what it looks like to have continued development. Is this going to engage the community? Or is it going to be more of the same, where people are stealing?
Was it right in the middle? See, thank you. I'm glad somebody here from Philadelphia is here to correct me, because we didn't spend much time on this story in the last, whatever, I think it was proposed like during the summer of 2024. It was something like that. But I think we only talked about it like a couple of times and very quickly. It didn't have a ton of coverage nationally. It was mostly, I think most of the coverage we saw was from ABC 7 Philadelphia. But yeah, there we go. Protesting actually did something here. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Well, I'm sure the rest of the stream will go just as good as this. There's no way anything can go awry now. Oh, wait. Let's talk about the outgoing president a little bit. Here's CNN from 4 hours ago. Oh, thank God. Harry Enton, he's got the board out.
As President Biden prepares to exit the White House, President-elect Trump is making his way to Washington to take the oath of office amid a brutal cold spell due to hit the nation's capital on Monday. While Biden's approval ratings exiting office are frosty, Trump appears to be enjoying a bit of a honeymoon period. Joining us now to run the numbers on this, CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton. Hello, Harry.
Hello.
This is a pretty typical pattern, but these numbers for Biden seem especially low.
Yeah, they're historically, though.
Historically
I dare say, historically
low.
awful. What am I talking about here? Well, job approval at the end of the first term. I'm just looking amongst those who lost or didn't run for re-election. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to see which is the lowest number on your screen right now. And an average of polls, my average, Joe Biden's at 38%. He's actually lower than Donald Trump was at the end of his first term. Remember, at the end of his first term, everyone was saying Donald Trump's political career is over. Joe Biden's
I do remember
even
that.
lower than Trump's was by just a point. He's lower than Jimmy Carter, who was at 44% by the end of his presidency. Not even close to George H.W.
Yeah,
Bush,
I
who
mean,
was at 56%. So a nice
HW is.
rebound. But the bottom line is
HW
this.
is
Joe Biden came
somehow
to
looking. I mean, fascinating. just how bad.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wow.
Donald Trump reign in this country, right? End Donald Trump's political career. And all that's ended up happening is Joe Biden has managed to end up at a lower approval rating at the end of his first term than any president on record, Jessica.
And how are people reflecting on his entire presidency at this moment?
Yeah, so if you think this approval rating number is bad, take a look at this.
I do think it's
number.
bad.
All right.
Oh, that's worse.
Or great president at the end of their terms. Well, Barack Obama, 52% of Americans thought he was a good or great president at the end of his presidency, 2017. Donald Trump, very much behind Barack Obama at 36%. But look at how low Joe Biden is. My goodness gracious, you can't really get lower than 25% in our polarized era, because the bottom line is there's going to be a bunch of Democrats who would say that Biden was a good or great president.
You gotta assume that the Biden administration and the re-election team had access to numbers, right? Like, they had data. Oh, I can't believe he even tried to run again with the numbers they were a year ago when he was, essentially in full entering the race. Just even back then, it didn't make sense. And numbers like this just sort of cement just how stupid it was for him to, in fact, stay in the race.
No matter what he did, but yet it's only a quarter of the country who believes that Joe Biden was a good or great president. It is the lowest number since AP Nork started tracking this back at the end of Barack Obama's second term. Bottom line is Joe Biden goes out a very unpopular man at the end of a 50-plus year political career.
It is.
Wow. Or rumors suggesting Biden sue that pollster. Good point. Good point. That is the American way, after all. Isn't Donald Trump not suing the AP, but the oh God, what was the name of the organization that ran the poll? It wasn't Ipsos. I cannot think of who it was, but there's somebody I'm pretty sure he's in the middle of suing right now for a poll. Oh my God. Seems like grounds to me. Let's talk a little bit more about Joe Biden. He's been very busy making all sorts of announcements about stuff that's not actually going to happen, but how it should happen. Recently, we've watched some of those. But in the last day, on this weekend, he seems to be taking on a new job. It looks like he's trying to hone his skills somewhere else. Perhaps being a docent at a museum or tour guide? Wait, is that fucking J.B. Pritzker? He's giving tours to J.B. Pritzker. Okay, and a bunch of other people I don't know the names of. There we go. The slowest walking tour of the White House available. maybe this job experience will
President Biden
help
leaves office-
Joe Biden in the future here if he wants to stay employed after leaving the White House. I mean, I assume he can collect Social Security at this point. But hey, you know, whatever. you gotta keep your options open. All right, let's keep talking about Joe Biden. But not about something he's doing, but in fact something a group of people are suggesting that he do, but has not done yet. The exoneration of Ethel Rosenberg. And if you're not familiar with Ethel Rosenberg, Ethel and her husband were both put to death in, oh God, what year was it? I can't even remember what year. I think it was like, is it the 40s or 50s? Oh my God, my brain just broke. I cannot remember what year it was. Oh, it's horrible. I'm a bad person. I mean, I wasn't alive during this time. Well, I'm 10,000 years old, but I wasn't on Earth yet, so I knew nothing of this at the time it was happening. It was 50s. Okay, I was right, 53. So yeah, Ethel Rosenberg and her husband were both put to death during the sort of McCarthyist era of the United States over their alleged association and supposed spying for the Russian government. But in recent past, I can't remember what year it was. I think it was in the really recent past. Documents were made declassified essentially, and essentially proved her innocence. Sort of, you know, in post. I mean, she's dead, but I think, you know, whatever. It's symbolic more than anything, the request for this exoneration.
As President Biden leaves office, he's been exercising his presidential clemency powers. Just this week, he commuted nearly 2,500 nonviolent drug offenders' sentences. It was, he said, an important step toward righting historic wrongs. He's also being asked to right what some people see as another historic wrong and exonerate Ethel Rosenberg. She and her husband, Julius, were executed in 1953 after being convicted as Soviet spies in a sensational atomic espionage case at the height of the Cold War Red Scare. While historians regard Julius Rosenberg as a Soviet spy, his wife's role has been debated for years, and a document declassified last year is seen as the strongest evidence yet of her innocence. Christ. Robert Mirapol is the younger son of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. He and his brother Michael have been working for decades to clear their mother's name. Mr. Mirapol, first of all, can you tell us about this document? What is it and what does it say?
Well, what's remarkable about this document is, first of all, who wrote it. That is Meredith Gardner, who was the chief decryptor, considered to be the heroic spy catcher who broke the Soviet codes, which led to the arrest of certain people. Now, what he said in this memo about my mother was that she knew about her husband's work, but due to ill health, did not engage in the work itself. And earlier in the memo, he described her husband's work, that's my father, Julius Rosenberg, as spying. So what we have here is a definitive pronouncement by the chief decryptor at the time of my mother's arrest that she was not a spy. And what's remarkable about this document is it dovetails with earlier work that Meredith Gardner did in decrypting what are called the Venona transcriptions of Soviet spy cables, in which it was noted that the KGB gave all of its agents code names, but Ethel had no code name.
Armed with this new evidence, what do you want President Biden to do, and where does that process stand as he is about to leave office?
Well, ideally, we would like President Biden to apologize for the wrongful conviction and execution of my mother.
Illegal.
But the reality is whether you're going to call it an exoneration or a pardon or an apology, any step, major step that he takes to show that my mother was wrongfully executed would be a remarkable step in the right direction.
I agree. Will it happen? Who's to say? There's like 40, no, I'm 48. There's like literally 25 hours left in the Biden presidency right now. If he's got stuff to do, he better get on it. All right. Now, let us go on to talking about the future a little bit. I mean, we'll be talking about it within the present, but as we all know, Joe Biden is heading out, and we got a replacement coming in. Old Trump.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Some people are marching in Washington ahead of his inauguration here at the People's March. 31 likes. That's a lot of likes. 3.
You know, it's not. I'm not a single issue person. There's a whole bunch of very worrisome things with the Trump administration. Obviously, it's a very. If you look at the academics, it is bordering upon fascism. So that is very concerning, you know, as an American. But obviously, another issue for me is Gaza and Palestine.
I think the really main issue is climate change. So he's a climate change denier, and he's really in favor of fossil fuels and more drilling. And so I see that all the issues are interconnected, but if we don't have an Earth, we don't have much.
Where's your federal decriminalization of cannabis executive order? Great question. I think we all would like to see one of those. I highly doubt that one's coming. Maybe it will. But right now, there's big business in making sure that people can't actually, you know, deal in that unless you are a moneyed individual, you know. Much of the legislation that's been put in place state by state has basically enriched one group of people and one group only. People who already had the money to apply for a license, right? Some places have done it better than others. But for instance, in New York, I think you need $250,000 to put up just to apply for the license. And so, you know, with people like R.J. Reynolds, Philip Morris, and all these other sort of, you know, tobacco manufacturers all trying to get involved too, it's like, why make it federally legal, you know, when we could keep it illegal and keep the normal people from getting their hands into this situation and just sort of, you know, continue to enrich a certain group.
Follow the rich white man.
Okay. Now let's get on talking about that inauguration, which is apparently going to be held indoors.
President-elect Donald Trump will no longer take the oath of office from the west front of the U.S. Capitol Monday due to below freezing temperatures. That means thousands of people visiting Washington will not be able to see Trump's second inauguration ceremony in person. Trump will now take the oath inside the Capitol Rotunda. The last swearing in to move indoors was in 1985 when President Ronald Reagan began his second term during the coldest inauguration on record. Only select dignitaries, notable guests, and other presidents, like Joe Biden and George W. Bush, will be able to view the ceremony inside the Capitol. Some other events around the inauguration are expected to go on as planned.
Oh, yay.
A litany of inaugural balls are happening around Washington. And the incoming president will hold a rally Sunday afternoon at...
That's the thing everybody wants to watch. No, who cares about the inauguration? Everybody wants to watch the old people dance in fancy clothes. That's the thing that everybody cares about. This is the thing everybody remembers and watches every time, right? Right?
I don't want reality.
take a look here at the amount of preparation going into this inauguration ceremony, which is going to be held indoors. Massive fences being put up. And apparently thousands of police are going to be lined up on election day. I find it funny because I feel like they're preparing for a coup, right? They're preparing for another Jan 6th. Even though the election's already been certified in the Senate. For whatever reason, they just seem to think that this is, worthy of having giant fences all around the Capitol, even though there seems to be absolutely zero rumblings about a leftist uprising here. Maybe I'm just not in the know. I'm just not leftist enough. Maybe there's some sort of leftist militia planning something. But just a massive amount of manpower going into securing the Capitol here ahead of the inauguration. They're going to have way more police and military personnel stationed than there was on Jan 6th for this inauguration, which I find funny. Sort of, what I would call ironic, don't you think? Mike Johnson is in charge of security? Good. I'm going to write that down. I will remember that. I will remember that. Because if we need someone to blame on security, and it's good to know that Mike Johnson has this covered. He's the sort of guy that we can really just expect the world from, right? That Mike Johnson, he gets stuff done. All right, let's talk more about Donald Trump's plans for Inauguration Day. Big plans. And his advisor, what's this idiot? John Miller, I think is his name, came on to CNN to talk about it.
I just want to ask you first, we know President-elect Trump likes to speak to crowds. He loves his rallies. How is he feeling about this change? Is he happy with it? Knowing it's going to be a more intimate setting?
Well, of course, we'd like to have it outside, but when you have this Arctic blast that's coming in and temperatures as low as 11 degrees, and that might be actually on the high end of things, you have to take safety into consideration.
Oh, it's safety.
That's the most important thing.
Yes.
So many people who are going to be outside at that frigid of weather, it's just quite
just
frankly
too cold.
not safe for people to be out there for hours on end.
Especially
so the president will go inside to the
with how elderly this crowd's going to
where
be.
He'll be sworn in, and then he's going to take some immediate action to make good on some of the campaign trail promises, and then eventually make his way over to the Capital One Arena, where we'll have essentially the parade will be indoors, and I just received a briefing on it. It's going to be very, very cool. I do have to say that if you are coming to the Capital One Arena on Monday, get there early. Every single seat in the House will be taken, but they have some really
it's not the same. I'm not,
inside enjoying for that.
I'm not complaining. Really, this is like I'm trying to get my head in the mind of a MAGA voter, a Donald Trump lover, and it's just hilarious. I can just imagine it right now. They're like, that's not the same as I wanted to see Donald Trump at the Rotunda, getting sworn in on the Bible, and with all of the fanfare and the marble Capital One Arena. I mean, that's a real letdown. Come on.
Of the program.
And you mentioned those executive orders, the business he wants to get
That's a great point. I totally passed over that. He did say indoor parade, which is a word or phrase I've never heard in my life. I genuinely don't know what that is. I assume it's going to involve marching. I don't know how much you can march inside of Capital One Arena. I mean, it's big, but I mean, you're just going to be marching in an ellipse the whole time? Is that the plan? We're just going to do we're just going to walk in a circle together. That's America.
And I want you to help us put a little meat on the bones in terms of what Americans can expect on Monday. I know a lot of that will be centered around immigration. Help us understand what people should expect from the president-elect on Monday.
So there are going to be a number of things, both immediately after he's sworn in and then later on during the day. I think you're also going to see some additional announcements when the president gets to Capital One Arena.
That's exciting.
And then ultimately is back at the White House. But one of the big focuses right away is, of course, going to be on immigration and putting President Trump's border security.
It is. It's exactly like the External Revenue Service. It's a it's a grouping of words. It doesn't make sense. It breaks reality.
I don't want reality. Give me a joke.
Policies that he had during his first 4 years back into place. And so everything that goes into securing the border, the remain in Mexico, make sure that we stop the catch and release policies that were put in under Joe Biden. So that will be a big component of it. But you're also going to see some very important things that go to the deregulation efforts to make sure we can get our energy production up. Of course, that was one of the first things that caused the spike with regard to inflation.
Oh, is that what it was?
Decrease in energy production along
That's
with
what it was?
the increase in spending under the Joe.
It wasn't gasoline producers and gas stations ramping up prices, even though there was like a great deal of evidence to that fact. Like, oh my God, I love this. We're gonna have our reality completely challenged for the next 4 years with completely non-factual statements. Be ready.
So you're going to see the president do that. And also, too, he's going to make good on his campaign promise to get rid of some of the wokeism that unfortunately has infected much of the federal government over the past 4 years and get everything back to a meritocracy, get it back to focused on people doing their jobs, not worried about all the social nonsense.
Yeah, nobody's working. Everybody stopped working. And when Joe Biden became president, shut up. Okay, when Joe Biden became president, immediately everybody stopped working. And for the last 4 years, the country's been shut down.
Responsible to the American people.
And so I want to go back to immigration, just going back through some of these buckets. In terms of those executive orders on immigration, we have reporting that indicate there will be mass deportation raids in some cities. That I know Tom Homan has said he wants to take the handcuffs off of ICE and
I did everything right and they indicted me.
To institute what some of the president-elect would like to do. What does that look like practically in some of these cities? What does the infrastructure around that look like?
Yeah, so some of that I can speak to, but obviously some of that I don't want to get ahead of Tom Homan and the rest of the administration for exactly how they're going to do that. But when you go back to the campaign trail, what President Trump would talk about is that local law enforcement really knows where the criminal illegals are. And so partnering up with local law enforcement to make sure that we go and target the folks who are the really bad actors. We're talking the transnational gang members. We're talking the people that we know that are criminal, illegal.
So we know where they all are at all times. Interesting. That's fascinating. Sounds super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Here in this country that quite frankly are a danger to society. We've had so many horrific stories over the past 4 years to focus really right there. And another thing that reminds many of the viewers, there are already 1.3 million people who are in this country illegally that are already approved for deportation. But for various reasons, they haven't been sent back either to the country that they came from or if they were going to be sent to a third country. But these people are already processed and approved to be deported, but it hasn't been done yet. So,
all right. Well, I mean, we're talking about Inauguration Day, and here we got Jason Miller, one of the top Donald Trump advisors, talking about immigration and executive orders on all sorts of stuff. Sounds like Donald Trump's going to be pretty busy on Monday. I guess we'll have to keep our eyes and ears open for all of that. Should be fascinating. But that banner is fascinating too. Read this banner for me real quick. Trump team to hold immigration raids in Democrat-led cities. What about the Republican-led cities? Why is it specific to the Democrats? All right. Now let's Let's talk a little bit about the festivities on Inauguration Day. Gonna have a number of music acts, apparently, showing up to this ceremony. Let's see who's gonna be there. Oh God, this fucking guy. Jesus Christ.
Should be good weather in D.C. And then my performance just
This guy
before
is
the
such a
president
turd.
is sworn in with the United States Marine Corps Band live, not a track, not music tracks. That's going to be wonderful. It's the first time I've done that at any inauguration event, singing live with the band.
Never? Wow.
Yes, the mood changed immediately after the assassination attempt. But having stood next to the president on stage many times, and I've done that with quite a few presidents, he's not the only one. But when I wrote the song, God Bless the USA, there's a line that says, I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. That was meant that all Americans would stand shoulder to shoulder to defend America and its freedom.
Wow.
I had no
Freedom.
idea the reality check would be I'm actually standing next to the person that's going to be running the country. It's kind of ironic after writing that lyric and having that be what it is now, and that is kind of not only just Donald Trump's song, but America's song.
Which part of America? This is one of my least favorite songs, and as American, I'm a little offended that you would suggest it's all of our. You can keep it. I want nothing to do with your song, Lee. You're very shitty, boring, and sort of, weirdly authoritarian sort of song. Not into it. Not into it, pal. So sorry to disappoint you. I'll bet there's people in chat who also don't consider this to be their song either. It really, honestly, the vibe of it's just super shitty. It just doesn't, it's impossible to dance to. It's just sort of a song that you sway back and forth to while staring longingly at a emblazoned picture of Donald Trump.
Snoop and Nelly are going to be at this thing. And I think it really does beg the question whether the culture is starting to thaw to Donald Trump. I mean, are they?
About time.
I don't think so. We definitely saw a lot of people, Sexy Red, others say, he sent me a check, so I'm good with him, the stimulus check. And I understand that there is that crew of people who are like, the stimmy check came, I like him now. Snoop and Nelly in particular are apolitical people and apolitical artists. Like you see Snoop with Martha Stewart, he's like, I fly over, I want everyone to like me. I think this is more about capitalism than politics. Somebody said, Snoop, it's the crypto ball. We got $250 for you, or $150 for one night. Come do 10 songs, 6 songs.
You know
yeah,
it.
I'm there, homie.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what happened.
Who have sided with Donald Trump. For all kinds of, he pardoned several of them.
He was giving away pardons.
Yeah,
he was giving away pardons to people, and that's why they were.
You get a pardon. You get a pardon.
What is it about
Everybody gets a pardon.
These are not the intellectuals of hip hop. These are not except for Kanye. These are typically not political people at all. Like like I said, there's some in the hood. There's this notion of he's tough. He gave us money, right? They're not.
I was reminded also, I mean, back in the 80s, Donald Trump was, at the boxing matches. He was with Don King. I mean, he was in a different place in the culture. He went into the 90s as the subject of rap songs. And just, Gail, I know you're not a rap expert, but
I am definitely not
a rap expert, but something happened in this election maybe where because of his victory, all the business people were like, you know what? Trump is no longer politically toxic. And some of these folks are making the exact same calculation on the music side as well.
They are doing exactly that. And it is an honor. It's an honor to be able to sing at an inauguration. It's an honor to be able to sing at one of the balls.
Where did this woman come from just
now? It's an honor. I have a daughter who's a singer, and
I love how CNN is just reaching as deep into the barrel of Republican talking heads to sort of shore up their insane centrist little conversation parties. It's hilarious, right? I mean, MSNBC, they got Joe Scarborough, they got Steele over there. Gail Huff Brown. Not even an actual, she never even managed to, like it says here, former U.S. congressional candidate. She didn't even get elected. But we gotta come and get this idiot up here to tell us things about stuff. Why is she here in this conversation about Nelly and Snoop Dogg?
She was on American Idol, one of the finalists.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
And she was asked to sing at a convention. And she lost so many friends and so many fans because she agreed to sing.
I wonder if Gail can name a single Nelly or Snoop Dogg song. Anybody? Anyone want to take bets on that one? Oh, God. I mean, am I disappointed in Snoop Dogg and Nelly for taking this? I mean, sure. But I think we all can agree that as the opining done by Touré there on all of it is pretty much on point, right? It's about capitalism. It's about money. It's about, proximity to somebody in power more than anything political. Nelly, political? It's getting hot in here, okay? like, come on. Dude has never said anything political ever, I don't think. I'm actually trying to think if he's ever really genuinely gotten involved in a political cause. And I mean, I think the closest it could ever have been was when he started wearing the Band-Aid on his cheek because of his cousin who was in jail. I don't even recall that being like a full-on criticism of the prison system as much as just wanting to get his cousin. I can't remember exactly. Whatever. Whatever. We're moving on. All right, but it seems like it's going to be a star-studded inauguration for Donald, as well as a money-studded investigation. Investigation. Oh, I was thinking about Nelly too much. Inauguration. That's right. It's going to be full of so much money that the crowds will essentially, the net worth of the crowd will be over $1 trillion. What? That's right.
Let's get right to what America is talking about. The sequel begins. 48 hours from now, Donald Trump is going to become president yet again, and he'll do so in his indoor voice. Frigid temperatures are forcing the inauguration inside the Capitol. That's where Ronald Reagan did it back in 1985. He's also going to take the oath before a row of billionaires cheering him on. All of the tech titans, including the new Trump whisperer, Elon Musk, they're all getting plum spots in the inauguration.
Oh, that's a good one.
And they should,
I like that.
Since they are literally paying millions for it. For the last couple of months since Trump's inauguration, they've been hitting up Mar-a-Lago, bending the knee, kissing the ring, doing all the things. And they've done everything from pitching a DOGE department to cut spending to cutting fact-checking at their news sites. So, what is the reason for all of this? Is it all for influence? Is it for their bottom lines? Is it all for self-preservation? After all
the above.
Suggested that Mark Zuckerberg had
Why does it have to be one? We can entertain more than one thought at a time.
Thinks that he knows, and he's sounding the alarm before his exit.
Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy.
I don't want to be naive about this. Look, we've had rich people with a lot of influence for a long time in this country. However, clearly they think something has changed because they didn't do this in 2020. They didn't even do this in 2016. They are now saying it's a race. We've got to all throw the money at Trump because it does matter whether he likes you. It does matter whether you give him money. That will influence the policy. And I think to me, Essie, that is the difference between now and all the other eras in American history, perhaps, that we've seen.
Yeah, there's a really symbiotic relationship now between politics and tech. And I think over time, the tech industry has realized the benefits of being close to political power. There was a resistance at first. I remember I was brought in to Facebook with a bunch of conservatives to try and talk to Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel about how to be more inclusive to conservatives, what, a change a couple of years makes. But that resistance is clearly over now, and they see a real clear benefit in being close to Trump and close to political power.
I mean, they used to avoid Washington like
Yes.
a plague.
Trump got this 4-year break, right? So he was the president, and then he's been off for 4 years. And in those 4 years, he developed strong relationships. I think, and don't forget, he seemed to be the front runner for quite some time when Joe Biden was going to be running. So these guys, yeah, it does. Of course, what you're saying is true, right? The president of the United States has an enormous power. These guys need his help. So they're drawn towards him. And he wasn't the president at the time. He wasn't back to back. So he was able to be a citizen and pal around with them. And he's comfortable in that environment. He's comfortable with billionaires because he is a billionaire. But look, if you really follow the money, I believe more billionaires and millionaires gave Biden money and Harris money for their
Oh my God.
than gave Trump money. It's just that we know where Beyonce's money comes from. We know where Taylor Swift's money comes from. They're brilliant entertainers. Elon Musk, he's losing money on Twitter.
Yeah. I think we should just get all money out of politics. My personal opinion, I think it's not helping anybody. And it's really not. I think it's beyond a personal opinion. I think we could literally draw all the lines pretty easily to the fact that the involvement of billionaires in politics is in fact causing us all a lot of problems. You know, maybe I'll save this next one for Sunday. Yeah. Well. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Let's look at this. CEO of Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs, one of the investment banks, essentially partially responsible for the financial crash of 2009. Well, the board of Goldman Sachs has in fact approved a pay increase for the CEO of Goldman. Oh, how exciting.
Follow the rich white man.
He deserves it. He needs that money.
Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon got a 26% pay raise last year, taking his compensation to $39 million. That's according to a company filing that also showed he was granted an $80 million stock retention bonus, signaling he'll lead the investment bank for another 5 years. Solomon told a
Oh shit, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. Good to see you. I haven't seen you around in a while. You're flying out to CDMX. Is that Mexico? Are you fleeing the country? You've been talking about this for months now. Holy shit. Well, that's big news. I wish you all the best on that one.
Reuters' next conference last month that he will lead the firm for as long as he can.
Like it.
I've got a great job.
Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong.
I'll be the CEO as long as the board wants me to be the CEO.
In the wrong place.
This week it seems like, things are going well. Next week things could be tough. But we're committed to a strategy. We have enormous support from our board. We have an incredible team. And I think we're making good progress, but more to do.
So exciting for you.
Stay focused on serving our clients and growing the firm.
Yes, you're right. You heard that correctly. $80 million stock retention bonus on top of the $39 million in cash. For fuck's sake. It's just it's incorrect. This guy does not deserve that much fucking money. In fact, I would argue nobody deserves to get paid that much in a year. It's insane. Why should one idiot at the head of a financial institution that's causing humanity to suffer deserve $100 million for a year of work? I mean, of course, comparatively to say people like Elon, it's a paltry sum. But really, that's just because the amount that Elon's getting paid by, say, the Tesla board is just even more perverse. It's just the perversion Olympics, really. Let's talk about the perversion Olympics with a couple of Sort of socialist psychos over here. Or two dudes who I refer to usually as The Burn and Haas, aka Hasan and Bernie Sanders.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont here on the broadcast. A way to finally close the circle. A person that is endlessly impactful in American politics for especially our corner of American politics. A person that I believe is profoundly important in revitalizing the leftist movement in this country. Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for everything you've done, and also thank you for coming on the broadcast.
Well, my pleasure to be with you, and thank you for what you are doing. You are part of a revolution in media today, which is talking to millions of people who are tuning out of legacy media, and thanks for what you're doing.
So we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to get right into it. As far as your impact goes, I think we should probably start off with where you foresee the future of the left movement going in American politics.
Well, what I am most optimistic about is a revitalization of the trade union movement in this country, a growth in class consciousness, workers beginning to stand up and take on corporate greed,
just realized
stand up to the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we have today.
Oh my God. You're right. You're right. Hasan has leaned into the SE Cup glasses. Who else was wearing SE Cup glasses earlier? Was it? I think it was. Oh God, who was it? We literally watched a video where another person was wearing SE Cup glasses. What was the deal? Why are these so popular now?
Stand up to the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we have today. And I think the future of American politics is bringing young people, people of color, women together in a movement led by the trade union movement, which demands that we end oligarchy in America. And that's something I'd like to talk with you a little bit about, Hasan, and move toward not only a democratic political system, but an economy where all of our people in the wealthiest nation on earth have a decent standard of living. That is not a radical idea. We can do it, but we can't do it unless we bring people together around a progressive agenda.
Absolutely.
Trump isn't a real billionaire? Well, I would have agreed with you on that up till, what was it, 2024? When did DJT go public? Because technically you're right. For all the time that Donald Trump was claiming to be a billionaire in the 2016 election and even in the 2020 election, he wasn't, on paper, a billionaire. Now, as I believe currently still the majority shareholder in DJT Media, aka Troth Essential, I'm afraid he is in fact a real billionaire now. I can't remember exactly how much his stock holdings are worth, but it unfortunately it's a real thing now.
Speaking of the oligarchy,
fake it till you make it, right?
We of course have the anti-corruption candidate Donald Trump, who ran on draining the swamp the first time and then only seemingly worsened the conditions of the swamp. Now aligned directly with one of the top oligarchs, the actual top oligarch, the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. And I feel like you've had some conversations about Elon Musk, especially in recent weeks. And I was wondering how you feel about Donald Trump cozying up to all of these billionaires, and these billionaires, especially in the tech sector, including but not limited to Elon Musk, cozying back up to Donald Trump and a resurgence of right-wing politics in the country.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Of enormous, enormous consequence. There's nothing more important that is happening not only in American politics, but in world politics. Let's think about it for a moment. What you got in Elon Musk is, in fact, the wealthiest guy in the world. worth over $400 billion. I mean, it's just astronomical, mentioning that. Along with Zuckerberg, Bezos, the three of them are worth almost $8 trillion. They're all going to be at Trump's side during his inauguration. Musk is going to play an active role in, quote unquote, transforming government. What is all of this stuff is about? What it's about is moving incredibly rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society, where the very wealthiest people will not only own the economy, not only own the media. I mean, Bezos owns the Washington Post. Musk owns Twitter, but also own the
Disney
political
owns
system.
CNN.
One of the issues that we don't talk about enough is that during this last election, a small, tiny number of people, multi-billionaires, bought huge amounts of money into both political parties. And that is, to my mind, not what democracy is about. So you got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is. And our job is to bring our people together, the vast majority of the people, demand a vibrant democracy, getting rid of Citizens United, one person, one vote, limiting the amount of money big money can spend on politics,
God,
and creating
what's
an
that
economy
going to take?
in the richest country on earth that guarantees a decent standard of living for.
I'm fairly certain the only way that we're going to get rid of Citizens United, and please feel free to correct me in chat on this one, but in my estimation, it's going to be legislation and legislation only, considering the state of the Supreme Court. Certainly, it's not going to get overturned. The previous Supreme Court decision, does the Supreme Court does the Supreme Court go back and re-review their own decisions? Because I'm not sure that they actually do that. So yeah, I think the only way for us to get rid of Citizens United is to legislate it away, make it completely illegal in law. God, and what's it going to take to get at least a majority in the Senate to vote for that?
People, that's the challenge.
What do you think Elon Musk is going to do in terms of privatization when he is basically in charge of numerous government agencies now? Like, he's going to have control, or at least a tremendous amount more influence, direct influence over numerous government agencies, some of which are tasked with regulating his companies.
Exactly. And it's not just, don't look at it as him having control over this or that agency. It's the enormous impact that the wealthiest guy on earth, a very smart guy and a very dynamic, hardworking guy, what he's going to have over the totality of the government and the Trump administration. What does it mean? These guys do not believe in government. They aggressively believe in deregulation.
Yeah, we just got done listening to Jason Miller, top advisor of Donald Trump, in that CNN interview on the inauguration, basically saying day one Donald Trump is going to deregulate the United States. Like, that was the first thing that he brought up when whatever her name is, wasn't Dana. Who was it that was asking? I can't remember who the interviewer was, but basically the first thing that came to his mind when she was like, hey, what's Donald Trump going to do on the first day? He's like, deregulate the U.S. economy.
People on top right now. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to provide health care to all people as a human right. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to make sure that all of our people have decent education or live in safe, affordable housing. That you don't need. What you're talking about is an expansion and growth in technology, which will benefit the people on top, and in my view, at the expense of ordinary people. And you know what else was kind of unique about Musk? A little bit different than other guys. This guy, increasingly, you may have noticed, talking about people with super high IQs. You heard that?
Geniuses.
I haven't heard that kind of language in a very long time. You're talking about a kind of a superior aristocracy. who are all so smart and know all about technology, have all kinds of wealth, who are living these extraordinary lives, and they're going to be running the world for us.
Help! I'm being repressed!
And the challenge of the moment is that with an exploding technology that has the capability of improving life for all, we've got to make sure that that happens and not see more increased wealth and power going to the people on top, which is exactly what Musk is all about. These guys are smart, they are aggressive, they want even more wealth, they want even more power. They are enormously dangerous. What's going on right now is unprecedented. This is not just, rich guys, oh boy, I'd like some more money, I need another 14th house. They want power to go with their wealth.
What would you say to the growing resentment from the American working class against political institutions, the elite, and specifically our government? Do you feel like this level of deregulation and privatization and the erosion of government social safety nets and government programs have contributed to that resentment?
Absolutely. Look, you're the average guy out there. You're not into politics. What are you seeing? You're seeing that in many ways you are no better off, in some cases worse off than a worker in your place 50 years ago. You got that?
Yep.
Real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker, despite the huge increase in worker productivity and technology, all the computers, all the cell phones. An average worker in real inflation accounts for dollars, not making a nickel more than he or she did 50 years ago. What? And during that period, a massive transfer of wealth, bottom 90% to the top 1%. And you're looking around you, and you're worried that your children may be in even worse financial shape than you are. They may never own a home of their own. You look at a government, you're hearing all the political bullshit that's out there. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And yet, maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible. You may not have any health insurance at all. Maybe your kid made it to college and he or she is deeply in debt. And you're saying, does democracy really work for me? Does it really work for me?
Yeah, that's not a good place to be. Because when people start doubting whether or not democracy is is good, well, the other options are, usually authoritarianism. And, with the guy coming in who has basically espoused his deep love of authoritarians and authoritarianism, it's troubling. It is very troubling. All right, let's keep talking about Donald Trump and his administration. Oh, I see why you're being a dick to me right now. Come on. Can we be friends? There we go.
This whole Facebook thing, we are watching this in real time. From the Washington Post pulling their endorsement. I don't know that endorsements mean anything, but it's really more the motivation that is important. And watching.
Did you see that Bezos and Amazon are giving Melania Trump a $40 million deal to do a documentary about her?
Jesus.
He didn't? Oh my god, I can't believe that was Sam's first time hearing it.
I am so interested.
We talked about this, was it last week when it first got announced? I was equally sort of stunned when I heard it. I don't know if my face looked like Sam's does, but I was just like, dude, really, Amazon? Come on.
Jesus. Be best.
Everybody be best.
I am so interesting.
And when I say best, I mean stop bullying me on Twitter.
Chose like the aesthetic for the Christmas.
He's not best when you bully me on Twitter.
That looked like
it was a reflection of my mood and my lack of love for my husband.
The best is that she's just going to have her assistant shoot it on an iPhone and pocket, $39.5 million or whatever it is.
I threw you off, but that was yesterday, right? Just another, Bezos, Tim Cook, Zuckerberg donating $1 million to his inaugural fund. Like, give the king a gift.
This is like, when Sanders would talk about oligarchy, I'm thinking of that. What's the name of those?
We must give a great gift to the wife of the king so as to garner favor in the administration.
Out of Princeton, who did the research paper that showed, whenever there was a conflict in Congress, that wealthy people's preferences would win out.
Oh, right. I remember that study.
This is a study about 10, 12 years ago. But the nakedness and sort of low rentness of our oligarchy. So, almost overnight, it feels like this quality of it. It was Gillen's, right, and Page, who did that study. Thank you. The low rent quality of this oligarchy, like this is,
Why do I keep hitting that?
It's not 1-to-1, but in the wake of the Soviet Union collapsing, there was a little bit of a window, but rather quickly it turned into an oligarchy, where, Putin had this relationship with these billionaires, helped them become billionaires. The billionaires helped him maintain his power. Putin a little maybe stronger in some respects because of the nature of the society relative to the oligarchs, right? Like Donald Trump does not have the capacity, it seems to me, to go and send the FBI over to arrest Elon Musk or to, have him accidentally fall out a window or something like that. So really, in many respects, our oligarchs are more powerful than the ones in states that we associate with oligarchs. But it is so naked. It is so incredibly naked.
Right. And go ahead.
It's disturbing and fascinating.
Well, it's incredible to see these powerful people shaking in their boots, whether it's Morning Joe or even Zuckerberg, who I feel like these tech companies have reached their natural endpoint of growth, and all they can do is sell more data to people. They're trying to get more users on the platform as well, right?
And now they're going to military contracts to make up for the lack of profitability.
Exactly. So it's all like they had the gimmicks with the metaverse and the glasses that are $3,000 and only rich people can afford as the virtual reality. So like they're at their limit in terms of practical things that they can provide, services that they can provide. And so they are highly susceptible, and they have a duty to their shareholders and they don't want to lose all this money to basically try to grow in any way they can. And the best way they can do that is bribery.
Yeah.
Yep. And they are literally doing that, just throwing unimaginable sums of money at Donald Trump and at his sort of ilk, his little band of brothers, including, as I've alleged, although there's yet no evidence as such, but where did Rudy get all that money? I mean, he owed those two election workers $150 million, and apparently he compensated them, but not by selling his property, which was at least at the time of the verdict was his only way of paying them. And then suddenly comes up with a sum which was amenable to the parties, and it's a strange thing that would happen. Suddenly finding $100 million, or whatever it might have been, was the details of the settlement have not been made public, but. I have already sort of postulated that perhaps somebody looking to get in to the Donald Trump sphere thought that giving one of his former lawyers millions of dollars might actually do that. Ay, ay, ay. How are we doing on time? Okay, we're doing okay. Let's talk about something here. A little bit. TYT. And this little bit came out on a recent podcast episode of was it Sean I always forget this guy's name. Sean O'Brien and Hasan got together, and some details emerged on all of this.
On one aspect of it, but when you graduated college and you weren't certain what you were going to do, what was the first job that you had?
I worked with my uncle.
Jank?
Yeah, exactly.
Shaky Gurga.
We should probably react to this Hasan video first, because this one's actually pretty insane. I can't believe that Hasan is just out here kind of spilling this tea now routinely when he goes on podcasts, not just political podcasts, but also just sort of normie podcasts. We reacted to that one. It was like the Chuckle Chicken, sandwich or something like that.
Yeah. And that's where he first kind of revealed a little bit of this information.
Right. And it's crazy because even like a couple years ago, maybe even a year ago, Zach and I were saying like, oh, I'm sure Hasan still really is appreciative of Cenk and the Young Turks for giving him the opportunities that he got, right? Like, how awesome would that be to have an uncle, someone like Cenk, someone that can give you those connections and give you a foot in the door of this industry? So we always kind of figured that like Hasan felt indebted to Cenk despite their disagreements. We always kind of felt like, in addition to being family, Cenk gave Hasan his whole career. We were, sticking by that analysis up until pretty recently, just because it seemed, kind of obvious. Who wouldn't like to have an uncle in that position willing to give you a job? But you would think that family members, would take care of each other. You would think that an uncle would take care of his nephew, look out for his nephew. Apparently that's not the case, as we found out not only in the Chuckle Chicken podcast or whatever it was called, but also, as you guys are about to see on Sean O'Brien's podcast, where Hasan is just like, yeah, let's get this out in the open. Let's get this out in the public for people to talk about.
Yeah, he's like, I really could have used a union, or it's crazy. And the last thing is, I just want everybody to think about, if you were in Cenk's shoes, what kind of a mindset you would have to be having. Like Gavin and I, we have a partnership here at the Vanguard, so it's pretty 50-50. We don't have any other employees, right? But I can't imagine trying to be like, you know what, man, what I really want to do is I want to sneak like 4 or 5 extra % away from Gavin, so I have that 4 or 5 extra % than him, just so that I'm making more money. Like, you have to have a weird like reptile brain going on up here. You have to have a weird I don't understand ethics and morals thing going on. It's like, oh wow, we're both making so much money, but I have to have a little bit more than you. Like, oh, I see a way to put a couple more quarters away for a decade from now, and it's really important to me that I have all of those quarters instead of my equal share. Like, I just mean, come on, dude. You have so much. And particularly, this was before it seems like the big financial problems had arose for the Young Turks, right? Just to unpack this. Over the last couple of years, 2 to 3 years, it has become dramatically more apparent that the Young Turks are in hot water financially. But when Hasan Piker was a big part of the network, or at least the biggest part of the network that he would ever be, they were doing much better financially. They had far more memberships. Their live views were better. Their clips were performing better. They had far more income coming in. So this wasn't some weird desperation from Cenk where he's like, we do not have the money to give my nephew. Like, it sucks, right, but I'll always make sure that my nephew's taken care of. So it makes sense that I can pay him less and still make sure that we're meeting the bare minimum for all of my other employees. No, this was about greed, plain and simple. This was about workplace exploitation, and this was about the boss wanting to have all of the profit and give.
Yeah, yeah. Cenk, it seems, has run the TYT like something of an authoritarian, certainly like a capitalist, even though it's, been espousing itself as being the home of progressives for over a decade.
Defining moment, as you put it, on one aspect of it. But, when you graduated college and you weren't certain what you were going to do, what was the first job that you had?
I worked with my uncle.
Cenk?
Yeah, exactly. So I had nowhere to go. I mean, I graduated with honors, but it didn't matter. It's a terrible job market. There's no applicable, I didn't have the network. Like, I didn't have any people that I knew that worked in, any of these like big four consultant firms or whatever, which is ironic. Now that I look at it, that's what I thought I wanted to do. I was like, oh, well, this is applicable. I'll become a consultant.
Right.
It's disgusting. The fact that
those are the people that you target, I think, on your audience.
100%.
And those are the people that, are causing a lot of these problems throughout this country. So that's quite a shift in attitude.
Yeah, it is wild. When I think about it now, I was like, damn, I wanted to go work for like PricewaterhouseCooper or like a McKinsey.
Wow.
And now I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Were you like taking gummies or smoke?
I can hella relate to that though, because there was a time in my life where I was like, you know what, this is all there is. Like, I'm not going to be a filmmaker. I'm not going to be a writer. Like, that's not going to happen for me. I just have to do something that I know is always going to be there. I'll work at like a nonprofit or something, or like an NGO.
Yeah.
Can weed back then?
Yeah, I mean, I never worked in consulting or anything, but actually, before my father died of cancer like 15 years ago, he was in consulting. He didn't work in any like the big boys like McKinsey or whatever, but I remember a lot of conversations about these things, which is to some degree why I think so much of it is perverse, because I think I started learning about it really young, and over time I started to realize just how just how horrible the consulting job, or well, the sort of sphere of the consulting companies is just promoting the most horrifying shit. Like, how can we get rid of workers? Let's see.
What was up?
No, I think, well, yeah, I guess for sure. But no, at that time, it was just like, I didn't have any sort of like serious principles. I was just thinking about it like, I want to make money and this is prestigious, That's what I thought in my mind. But I started working with my uncle, and look, I think it might be a little Turkish of him to do this, but he definitely took advantage of the fact that I was his nephew in terms of, the pay structure that I worked under.
So you definitely needed a union with a relative.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt.
It's fucked up.
Exactly. They actually did unionize the producers, but that was after I had left. But there was definitely a little bit of issues there.
I think that, if anything, is one of the best sort of arguments for why unions are necessary. If you need one with your own family in a business situation, then how can you expect people who aren't your own flesh and blood to treat you with more respect than your own uncle, right? Like, it is a ridiculous thing to think about, right? But it's true. Like if you need to be unionized to protect yourself from your own family, then I would say you need one everywhere.
I think that was my third, final radicalizing moment, I guess, was I had this IP, this intellectual property of the show that I built out of for free, that I did because I wanted to do it on the side. It's something I wanted, and I knew they were not gonna originally they were not gonna let me do it unless I do it for free, which is kind of lame.
And this is your uncle's company.
And he's talking about the TYT show, The Breakdown, if anybody is curious. That was the show that Hasan created for them.
Yeah, it's my uncle's company. So I'm just like, I want to help. I want to be beneficial, and I also want to do this thing. I'll just do it. I'll just do the extra work for free on the side and maintain this thing so that I can prove that it's good. And so I did that.
And for people who don't know, it's basically like BuzzFeed competitor kind of content that TYT was putting out from the looks of it. And at that time, Hasan Piker was a huge thirst trap account. He was known primarily as just being a handsome guy on Instagram, and this was a way that they were starting to compete on Facebook, because at that time Facebook was still a place that you could compete if you were a left-winger. People were sharing those BuzzFeed videos like crazy, and it shows that Haas understood the industry, and he understood where the industry was going. He understood that it was going towards TikToks, that it was going towards short reels. He had the foresight and the prescience to be like, yo, I want to get involved in this because that's going to boost my name recognition. It's going to give me clout, and it'll be good for my uncle's business. And it's just everything that Cenk doesn't have as a businessman reflected right here in this one example.
But it blew up. It got very popular. And instead of giving me additional funds to be like, here, let's build out the show more, let's be a writer, you know, because I did this in the supply closet, basically. I put a green screen up there, and I started filming myself. They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to take this IP, and we're going to give it to all the...
Was that Autumn? Wait a second, what was that?
Up there, nice.
Autumn leaves. When I was 20, everyone wanted to work at BuzzFeed. It's true.
Filming myself.
He's right.
They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to take this IP, and we're going to give it to all the other hosts so we can, like, make more of the same type of videos without spending any extra money. And that's when I was like, damn, I have no ownership over this. Like, I have no control over my hours. I have no control over this IP, this thing that I created, right? Like, this thing that I put a lot of thought and effort into, and I did for basically free. I don't control it.
It seems
at
like
all.
you're describing the third-party leasing arrangement that Amazon is using.
That's
right
exactly
now.
what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's actually a great segue. You're a natural.
Crazy that Cenk squandered such an obvious asset. I mean, even if you totally disregard the family connection, right? It seems wild that you would do that to your family.
Yeah, no, the whole thing is fucked up. And if anything, I think in many ways Cenk regrets his decision to sort of push out his nephew here, as Hasan in many ways is more successful than TYT on his own. And being a capitalist, as Cenk seems to be, you know, that's probably very upsetting for him. Missed out on millions of dollars. We're almost at 2 hours here. Let's talk about a little economic situation that you've probably noticed and been wondering if you're, gaslighting yourself or if it's real. Corporate gaslighting. Holy shit. I feel like they should be able to be sued over that. Claiming such a fucking thing, dude. Like, oh, actually, don't believe your lying eyes, you stupid consumer. We haven't changed the size, even though we actually have. That sounds fucking illegal.
Illegal.
My God. Misrepresentation, right? That's a legal term. I believe that's what they've done here is misrepresent the facts to their consumers and literally gaslight them. There's no way to enjoy chips without less. How else are we to enjoy them? This is one of the most it's the second most ridiculous thing I've heard so far in this video. Holy shit, dude. Oh God. I have to go back. We took a little bit out of the bag so we can give you the same price and you can keep enjoying your chips. We would have kept enjoying them, and maybe just not lying to us would have been lit. Maybe it would have been even more enjoyable had we been told the truth. Yeah, shrinkflation is a real thing. It's taking money out of your pockets and mine. Affecting especially people in the lower income earning brackets. Yeah, it should be greedflation. That's exactly what it is. Because they keep making plenty of money, right? It's not like they're posting losses, right? Like these companies like, Frito-Lay isn't posting losses. Pepsi, Cola, all these other companies, they're not losing money. And they're continuing to pay themselves vast swaths of money and stock, whatever else. And meanwhile, they're like, you need to take a look at yourself right now, consumers. You're eating too much food. You should cut down. And we're going to help you with that by charging you the same amount for less. Or actually, it's not even smaller. You're fine. What are you talking about? You're just bigger now. You're old. You got old and you're stupid.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, last video of the half. Or do we take a break now? Oh, break. Break. All right, chat. Well, I hope you're enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, you should definitely hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe while you're doing that. You know, hit the bell icon, all that stuff. Very important. So take this moment to do that. And while you're taking this moment, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that as well. YouTube, we got the super chats, we got the super stickers, and we got the memberships now. And, you know, we are growing in members quickly. So, very, very exciting. If you don't want to do that, any of those options, we have other options, of course. You can go on Twitch, you can do bits and subs there, get all sorts of emotes, whatever platform you're on. If you just want to give us money, because you don't want benefits, but you want to keep the Galactic News Network running, we got Cash App, we got PayPal. But of course, we have one other option, and that option is becoming a patron on Patreon. And for just a few US dollars a month, you can get access to the most space benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy. For your Earth dollars, that's right. Get a little avatar here on stream, dancing, hanging out, shoutouts at the end, and much, much more. Alright, chat, you make your choice. I'll be right back. I'm back. Time for us to get back to the space content. Okay, where are we gonna start off the second half? With the wildfires. Yes, indeed. They are still going on, however, containment has gone up. But containment of insane disinformation has also gone up.
There is a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is when someone spreads fake news without knowing it's false. Disinformation is spreading it when you know better, fanning the flames. As the fires raged in Los Angeles, feeding on gale force winds that had a climate change feel to them, the state's governor met with the president, and both terms came up.
There were hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation lies. People want to divide this country, and we're going to have to address that as well.
Elon Musk's name was not raised in that exchange, but it could have been. The world's richest man has used his platform, X, to either mis- or disinform Americans about why the LA fires have been so bad, on the water shortages there, on the emergency response, all while giving short shrift to the major driver of this disaster, shifting climate patterns. Musk has been de-emphasizing the cause, going all in.
Wait, the chalupa is outlawed in the UK? What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
Why would they ban the ooey gooey deliciousness of a cheesy chalupa? It makes no sense.
Musk has been de-emphasizing the cause, going all in on the effect.
His claim that basically there wasn't enough water to fight the fires, this was actually shown in an actual...
You know what I just thought of? I don't know, legally speaking, if the foundations of what I'm about to say are correct. If anybody in here is a lawyer, do feel free to chime in. But I just thought of this. If Twitter, if we ever made social media companies publishers, that would make every tweet that Elon ever said. Oh, interesting. Because he would be the head of the publishing, right? Do you get what I'm saying here? Because there's been discussion over this for a long time now as to whether or not social media platforms are publishers or not. And I feel like in the case of Elon, like he's the head of this company that disseminates information. I feel like every time he tweets, it could be seen as like what do you call it? Oh god, I can't think of the word now. Fuck. Whatever.
With a firefighter trying to combat the fires, who said, no, that's not the problem.
There was water. We have several reservoirs.
The problems are actually that the scale of the fires means that delivering water, no matter how much they have, is basically impossible.
There's just been a sundry number of claims on X that are just based on complete innuendo, exaggeration, or sometimes pure falsehood that Elon is amplifying across the platform just to score political points and win the day on the internet. And lots of people on social media mindlessly share it, and emergency officials in California are incredibly frustrated because lives are on the line here, and Elon Musk is making sport of it.
The other examples is him joining a chorus of people claiming that somehow DEI initiatives, diversity, equity and inclusion, was responsible for some kind of inadequate response to the fires.
Good evening, everyone.
The DEI.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing with Trump and Truth Social. Like, there is absolutely this sort of, what do you call it? Like this relationship that they have that nobody else has with these platforms that puts them in positions of authoritative, as being authoritative sources of information. Oh, God, we need to figure out how to apply that law to them.
Issue surfaced after the mayor of Los Angeles.
Because if anything, even if the users on social media platforms aren't actually being edited, right? But those two, as the heads of those social media platforms, I think that the argument can be made that those two guys are in fact the publishers of information and the disseminators of information who control a platform where information is key.
The fire chief there started appearing on camera, briefing reporters. Elon Musk's fixation with diverse hiring practices has grown as he has shifted to the right politically in Donald Trump's direction. He has become an echo chamber for the anti-woke agenda that so many conservative voices have taken to and sprinkled around social media sites. Politically, they've long had California, a blue progressive state that has never voted for Trump, in their crosshairs. And in Governor Gavin Newsom, they see a potential Democratic presidential candidate in 2028. But most of the anti-woke types in America were born in the USA. Elon Musk was born and raised in apartheid-era South Africa. A white South African lecturing Americans on the perils of diversity, equity, and inclusion is a little rich.
Like, and the other, I know I'm not really commenting on what's happening because I'm like stuck on this idea right now. Because like also like Elon Musk has taken editorial control over Twitter at different times where he has personally chosen to ban certain people for things they said, right? So that they can no longer say stuff, right? So if anything, we gotta do something about this.
Broader right-wing playbook that you see attacking DEI initiatives. The fact that the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, is a black woman.
Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
The head of the Los Angeles Fire Department is a gay woman. So there are continually these identity-based attempts to undermine people in charge rather than sort of focusing on fact-based information and broader, maybe more systemic challenges that may have contributed to the proliferation of the fire.
Musk has sort of long been this sort of memey, almost edgelordy type of person, you know, saying weird or otherwise borderline inappropriate things. But what we've seen is his increasing closeness with people of the far right who previously might have been banned from the platform, people who hold white nationalist or racist perspectives, pushing this particular narrative around demonizing diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, even though that has nothing to do with this moment of the fires.
The sort of backlash against DEI is really interesting. I'm going to quote a line that seemed to emerge from the internet, which is, "To the privileged, equality feels like repression. But if you're on the top of the pile, attempts to introduce greater equality do lower your comparative status within society." That's the kind of thing that threatens people like Musk, people like Trump. Yeah, DEI, there are instances where it's got problems, I'm sure.
So insane,
but actually
dude.
The reason people are pushing back against it is because
DEI is racism and sexism.
Elon Musk is flexing his political muscle across the Atlantic, wading into British politics, backing the right-wing Reform Party while undermining its leader, Nigel Farage, who Musk says is just not up to the job. But Musk's main focus in Europe is not on London. It's on Berlin and the AfD, the Alternative for Germany party that is so far right that the country's judiciary and its domestic intelligence agency now classify it as a suspected extremist organization. Recent polling indicated the AfD was already Germany's second most popular party before Musk got involved.
and people really need to get behind the AfD, and otherwise things are going to get very, very much worse in Germany.
Interviewing its leader, posting that on the platform he owns and controls, where he can push the accounts of those he agrees with
Neo-Nazis?
and suppress the ones of those he doesn't. The
Everyone
common
else?
denominator for Musk in Germany, the UK, and the US, immigration.
AfD is an incredibly anti-immigrant party. They have come to power predominantly as a reactionary party to the German asylum system that welcomed people from the Middle East during the Syrian crisis in 2015. And that is part of Musk's through line on immigration, the idea of who's being allowed in, demographic replacement, and
Yeah, and when he says who, he's not actually talking about, you know, he's not concerned about, you know, the things you might expect. Of course, it's all just about being not the sort of people that Elon likes. You know, if you're not white and affluent or working for one of his companies, you can get the fuck out. You can go back to where you came from.
Illegal.
And it's gross. I mean, I just don't even know, like I feel like I'm in this sort of weird limbo right now. I don't know if you're all feeling it as well, but like in this sort of interim period where the Joe Biden administration's going out and the Donald Trump administration is coming in, but it's not actually in yet. Maybe by Monday I'll be out of this limbo and just be fully into the fucking fire here, but it's almost more awkward to be in this weird limbo. I just feel like almost like I'm in a dream state a little bit. You know, from time to time during all this, where I'm just like, you know, where it hasn't fully set in. I don't think like I know Donald Trump is coming. We've been talking about it ad nauseum, but seriously, I'm not sure I've fully even come to terms with all of it yet. I know we've been talking about it constantly, about what the potential sort of legislation and the government we're going to have here coming to us. But even with all of that, the fact I talk about it every day, I still feel like it's not real yet. For fuck's sake. All right, let's look at some of the most recent info on the fires.
In some ways, the two large fires burning in the Los Angeles area right now are typical of Southern California fires, largely because they're spurred on by the Santa Ana winds and because they were probably started by human activity. But they're unusual in one key way. They are burning an unusual amount of urban area. We on the Associated Press data team took a look at how much city area every fire has burned over the last several decades, and we're finding that rarely, if ever, have fires touched.
Okay, in my opinion, they gloss over this way too fast. Okay, so you're looking at a bunch of different data here, right? And it's by county, right? Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, Butte County. Well, let's just look at Los Angeles, right? So the data that exists here is between 2003 and 2025. And as you can see, the ones before the 2010s didn't even get over 0.5 in terms of square miles of housing density. But then, and there's only two of them, right? 2003, 2008, right? But then in the last 6-7 years, right, since 2018, not only have there been twice as many fires as in the previous 20 years, essentially. The actual size of urban area that was burned down was like 3 to 5 times more.
Much city area.
Actually, almost 6.
The Woolsey fire in 2018, which also struck Los Angeles, is the only other fire in the record that even compares to the amount of urban space that the Palisades and Eaton fires have burned. The result of this unusual proximity to urban land is that the two fires have taken 24 lives, at least, and have burned thousands of structures. Experts say this could happen more often in the future for two reasons. Firstly, more people are moving into the area that shares space with the wildland. And secondly, climate change is encouraging some of the conditions that spur wildfires on, especially drought and hot conditions.
That's hot.
Yeah, Paris Hilton's right for one. That is hot. That is very hot. Literally. And we've been, drawing from the bank of, CO2 capturing sources like the ocean and the forests. They're running out of places to put it, and it's now just coming out in the form of heat. That's the first time you've heard the "that's hot" drop? Oh, this has been around for a while.
That's hot.
It's also
so hot right now.
Although she's a little quiet, I won't lie. I could jack up the sound on that one sound shot. I'm going to move this here. We'll do this one. It makes more sense here. Yeah. Okay.
In some ways, the two large fires burning
that's the wrong one. All right, let's see what the experience of these firefighting pilots has been.
It was like a war zone on the ground with the amount of destruction. It was sobering to be in the air and see the destruction from the air. How many homes were burning. We knew that we were going to be busy, and compared to most of the fires we see in this season, this was on a scale of destruction to the urban center that we haven't seen. With fires such as the Palisades fire, you have to make the hard choice of which house you're going to save and which house is lost. That is the hardest thing about these fires, and it's the hardest thing about the decision-making process in the cockpit as a crew that we have to make, and the big difference between wildland and structure protection.
Yeah, because you don't have to make that sort of horrifying distinction in the air, which is tough to make, I would point out. I mean, you're flying at, in a plane, hundreds of miles an hour, potentially. In a helicopter, you're certainly flying pretty quickly, depending. But, trying to determine whether or not a house is, beyond catastrophic, right? And having to determine where to drop that. Oh, God, it is a horrifying sort of like philosophical question to be trying to answer while executing a very dangerous job, right? I mean, with wildfires, like you pointed out, you don't have to be thinking as much about the structures, right? Because there's not very many, usually in the middle of the forest. Most structures are in cities. I'll not say all, but I guess my point is like there is this added pressure, this decision making that has to be done. And it's horrifying to think about, like, oh, which house is worth saving right now? That's, oh my God. Sophie's choice. All right. Speaking of films, according to the AP, the Grammy Awards will be going ahead. It's very exciting. I'm sure everyone here is breathing a sigh of relief right now. We were all on bated breath and the edges of our seats. I personally was losing sleep on a regular basis ever since these LA fires started, wondering whether or not the Grammys were going to happen, and boy, oh boy, I am feeling much better about all that. Like, you know, what would we do if, you know, Lady Gaga or Billie Eilish couldn't get their Grammys? I mean, it would be the end of society as we know it. So glad we have the cops here to protect the Grammys too. We need a entire parade of police officers to make sure that all of these celebs are going to be safe. All right, and that will be happening, of course, February 2nd, so put that in your calendar for most important things coming up. Now let's talk a little bit more about the disinformation that's been getting spread on the internets. Let's go here from a day ago.
Tucker Carlson had Michael Schellenberger on. Schellenberger seems to be doing some tour now, because I saw him on Glenn Beck saying that very possible that these drones over New Jersey were from...
Neither Lady Gaga or Billie Eilish have a single fuck in their bodies about the Grammys. I mean, that's fair. I'm just naming two musical artists that came to my mind first. I'm sure there's more people who care about it. I mean, I think they've already won enough Grammys. But, you know, they'll probably both receive one this year, I would assume. At least Billie Eilish, for sure. I don't see how she's not going to get one.
A different planet, because he doesn't think the Iranians have that type of technology. And
not even a year out from him having to apologize for accusing Brazil of some sort of coup-like activity over the Brazil Twitter files.
It would be illegal for the United States to be putting that technology up there. So more likely, probably from outer space.
Oh, sure.
Around New Jersey. And he's on Tucker Carlson's show. I got to be honest, I wasn't fully aware that Tucker still had a show.
It's on X, the video streaming platform.
He gets, I'm sure he gets a lot of right wing views, but he doesn't have the same salience as he did in our culture back when he was on Fox. That was to be expected.
The machine makes the man, not the other way around. Sorry,
there you go.
Is that right? Is that how that goes?
Here is we mentioned with Heather that there is an attempt when you have these type of huge catastrophes that are a function of climate change and the dynamic between the changing weather and how we've built our society, where and how we've built our society. And in LA, you've had virtually no rain for almost a year, and you had 70 to 100 mile wind gusts that were going on, and it just made it impossible to continue.
Yeah, and one thing we've talked about in terms of the rain and LA, you know, while they may get hit by, you know, we talk about atmospheric rivers and things like that. You know, a very short period of a lot of rain in a place that's built in a desert that is essentially just one big urban area, right? Much, if not almost all of that water, even when it does rain, winds up not getting soaked up by the water table, and instead just gets, you know, flushed into the sewers and out into the ocean, and just you know, usually does not really add a whole lot that you might think. Unfortunately, that is part of the situation there.
These fires, and this is a function of climate change. Everyone who studies this agrees, but the right wants to make it about competence.
Yeah.
Even though you have firefighters who say we could have had 1,000 other firemen.
Exactly. You know, oh God, why can't people be more competent? You know, good God. I mean, if people were just more competent, maybe LA would have gotten more than 3% of the seasonal rain that they were supposed to get leading up to this fucking fire. That makes sense.
It wouldn't have made a difference. They want to make it about who may have set the fires. This is
DEI.
DEI.
Karen Bass is Ghana. Yeah.
And, you know, you even saw this in the context of North Carolina when there were unprecedented floods in areas that had not been flooded before, and roads washed away, towns were destroyed. They couldn't necessarily talk about the local officials in these North Carolina towns, so they made it about FEMA is coming in to take away your money, your business and your house, and et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, so it was the federal government that time.
It's always about trying to distract from the primary point, which is climate change is real. And
I don't want reality.
This is how the right-wingers address this stuff.
But I didn't know that. So it was really clear to the people who run the city and the state that you had this combination of dry conditions and heavy winds, high winds.
Yeah, and because there's so many ignitions, because of really these two factors, mostly the electrical wires, brushing up against vegetation and triggering a fire. That's kind of the one of the main ones. The other one is homeless people starting fires all over LA. Half of all fires put out by the.
Let's put up this graphic. Homeless people are starting fires in the map.
Second one. We looked this up, by the way, for sourcing because we just wanted to fact check this claim, and they get it from an LA Times study from 2021 that shows that around 54% of the fires responded to by the LAFD in that year were for fires that were set by homeless people. But as you can see, and Sam will say, where most unhoused people are concentrated is in downtown LA.
And let's be clear, set by homeless people, all fires, well, I would say all fires that happen within the context of like where people are living, generally in some fashion or another, are set by people, right? Like it's people who
it says it in the article, caught fire, tents caught fire.
It's people who set up electrical lines. You know, occasionally you get a fire from a lightning bolt, but it's people who set up electrical lines. It is people who drop cigarettes. It's people who have forest, they campfires, and homeless people living downtown in LA. Undoubtedly, you have these small fires. They're trying to conflate these two things because there's no indication that deep in the woods in the Palisades, there's a homeless person living there setting a fire.
Well,
or that.
We've been paying a lot of attention to this, and we're going to talk about it more after this, but because that's just how I have it set it up because of this discussion around the cause of these fires. Because I mean, and one thing is we have to remember there's different fires, right? And there may very well, and it would seem that there were different reasons for why they were set. How they were started. But in terms of the Palisades, we talked about it, but it barely got any attention because of all the misinformation that was going around. But on New Year's Eve, there were fires that got started by what is believed to be fireworks. People were lighting off fireworks in the Palisades. And there's actually footage of it, pictures and things of it. It's and the place where the Palisades fire broke out was directly on top of the spot where there was another fire less than a week before it.
It was the fire that, to the extent that people have any ideas of what happened in Altadena, it was a transformer that blew, and it was an electrical fire. But you got to bring in the homeless thing, even though, granted, it's fire, but it's not. It's very unlikely the cause of these two major fires. But you got to bring it in because we got to do some work on this.
The LA Fire Department are started by homeless people. It's been that way for years.
Why do homeless people start fires?
Oh my God!
It turns out meth heads love to start fires.
It's the meth.
There's just every drug has its kind of
Pause it.
weird.
The question is, why do homeless people like to start fires? Well, first of all, you've got.
I love that. The second that you ingest meth, you will immediately start setting fires everywhere. Have you seen Breaking Bad? Oh my God!
You've got a canister of kerosene and you're cooking your food, or you're in your you got a candle because you don't have any batteries or a flashlight, and your tent catches on fire.
Or it can be cold. Some nights in LA, when there's no sun, it can get really low. I mean, in New York City, it gets even colder, and we know that here there are fires that are sometimes started by unhoused folks, but the conditions aren't the same. As in Los Angeles.
Just decrepit and gross. And look at how they jump. Why do they like to start fires? Not fires started by homeless people, the vast majority of which we have every reason to believe was accidental. Just like fires that were set in, you have low-income fires in this city. Generally happen in low-income situations because there's a lack of heat. We're going to use the stove for heat, or we got to put in an electric heater. Those are more prone to catching fire, or the electrical system is bad in a building. But and then Schellenberger's first response is to talk about meth heads. I mean, is he suggesting that these are synonymous? That all homeless people,
absolutely,
or the majority of homeless people,
what he's saying.
Well, they get
are
into
meth
that.
heads?
They get into it, yeah.
Okay, we can go back to
yeah, no, it's okay.
Well, it turns out meth heads love to start fires. There's just every drug has its kind of weird element to it, but meth heads love starting fires. They love destroying things. Like meth is like the drug of nihilism. So it's like perfect drug for LA and California at the moment.
So these are not cooking fires.
They could be cooking fires,
but starting fires to destroy things.
Yeah, for sure.
Meth addiction.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But it's not evil or anything.
No, totally fine. Yeah, what could go wrong?
But isn't classically starting fires and torturing animals, aren't those like signs of sociopathic behavior?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, look, meth makes you...
Yeah. And you know who I think of when you say stuff like that, like torturing animals? I think of Kristi Noem, the future, what's she going to be now? Head of the DHS? Right? Isn't she a puppy killer?
It's like, it makes you psychopathic. It makes you psychotic. It's meth-induced psychosis. But
maybe she's doing meth. I don't know. What do I know?
I mean, people behave... I mean, things that people do on meth, I mean, it is like... It's like they behave with like superhuman crazy powers, the levels of violence, the assaults, I mean, when you interview people, particularly people in recovery that describe being on meth, I mean, they're just awake for like weeks at a time. Like it's not even clear how they get.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
So that's just that madness. That's
a great sound shot.
And Mayor Bass.
I just want to remind you how quickly they skipped over the idea of an electrical transformer catching on fire, which we know was the cause of the 2018 massive wildfires. And we know this happens over and over again.
What are we supposed to do? Learn from history? Come on. Conservatives only want the history. They want the legislation of the past, but they don't want to remember the past, right? Like, it's a weird vibe. I get it, but that's how it goes over there. I guess can't learn lessons from history aside from the ones that specifically suit your purposes.
The 2018 massive wildfires, and we know this happens over and over again, and we may very well find out it's the same thing with Altadena.
Also, it'd be very awkward, since Tucker, is generally a very pro-corporate guy, to start blaming power companies. That's...
That's too much,
Come on.
man. Come on.
Think about how much time they dedicated to... Psychoanalyzing all the meth homeless people who clearly on purpose light fires where there's zero evidence that the two most major fires were set on purpose, or we're from meth heads, or from homeless people, or from even people at this point.
We'll see. I mean, one of the fires, I think Heather said maybe they think may have been started by somebody.
Out in the woods in Pasadena.
This is why we need robots to replace the people.
But do you see how far he goes? He immediately jumps to meth heads. So apparently most of these fires are being started by meth heads. I thought he was going to go in the sense of like, if you're going to use heroin, you may cook it with a lighter. But then that would preclude everybody who smokes outside. If you smoke cigarettes, right, that's not included in this analysis. If you smoke cigarettes and drop it on the ground and it's still lit, like, wouldn't that be in a similar amount of fire that homeless people would be using to cook? No, it can't be that, because that would be rational. It has to be that they're meth heads who are so deranged. They're barely human, honestly, which means we can justify whatever we want to do to them. They're like super soldiers that stay up all day on meth, and they're nihilists trying to cause chaos, burning everything. That's what he's saying.
Michael Schellenberger knows that the best defense is a good offense, because Michael Schellenberger is exactly the type of liar who has been snowing people on this issue for decades and decades and decades. That's why Elon Musk picked him to be one of his journalists covering the Twitter files. More recently, Schellenberger wrote an article where he suggested that while climate change is happening, it's just not the end of the world and not even our most serious environmental problem. His entire bit is doing this balancing act between climate change is real, but actually capitalists and the people in power and fossil fuel companies, we don't actually need to do about them. We actually need to listen to them, to how we solve it. He's a liar.
And he is not saying, don't look at climate change, don't look at the fossil fuel executives, don't look up. Let's punch down at the people who are really the least powerful in society. They don't even have a family member that they can stay with, right? In many instances. Some of these folks are on the streets. Some of them I know are experiencing mental health episodes. But the reality is they should be in housing. That might make it so that they could have heat.
Yeah, how do you solve drug addiction and homelessness? Is it with cops?
Yes.
In 2020, incidentally, it was a gender reveal party.
That's right. And that's what you remember, I don't know who was here for that stream when we were talking about this. The Palisades fire and the cause of it. And, we were first talking about the fact that there had been a fire there caused earlier in the week by fireworks. And I was like, dude, it better not be another gender reveal party because that's literally, that has caused, gender reveal parties have been literally the cause of multiple fires in the country. Sorry, the Alex Jones yelling sound effect scared everyone. I mean, he is a scary guy. I mean, his ideology is scary. He's not personally, he's not a very scary man, but the things he thinks are scary, and that yell is kind of freaky.
Started a massive El Dorado fire.
Right.
I like to use it because I feel like it really does sort of portray just an element of insanity, right?
Oh, that sounds like meth head nihilism.
But again, like, why is this stuff kindling all of a sudden? Like, it's not like homeless people started fires like the last couple of years. It's because
homeless people dried out LA. They stopped the rain. They were doing anti-rain dances in the streets, keeping the rain from coming. That's why it's so dry.
Of droughts getting more and more regular because of climate change, the exact same thing that Schellenberg has been downplaying.
He's pulling this out of his ass because this is not the cause of this, and it is a way of distracting from all the other stuff that you're talking about, climate change. It's right-wing talking points, just to basically reinforce a completely distinct phenomena. And do we have any more? Do we need to even watch?
That's really basically it, I think, based on what I saw. It's unfortunate because it seems like this is the kind of thing that a lot of other media outlets are leaning into. Fox News,
sure.
Whatever. Like, I saw Daily Wire stuff. That's what they're all running with.
Let's analyze.
Yep, it's the existence of lesbians. That's why we have fires, of course. God doesn't like that, so he sends fires down to us from on high.
How this went down.
So, look, guys, the PG&E has been the cause of most of the most amount of fires that we have tracked. Okay?
Okay, this is exactly what Tucker and Schellenberger did, right? They concede that the electric company, in many respects, they know, like if anybody knows that there's going to be wind, I got news for you.
Yeah.
The electric company knows that there's going to be wind. They've been sued on this many times. Why do they not bury more of their power lines? Because it would cost them money.
Billions of dollars.
And it is likely, at least in Altadena, there is, to the extent that we have evidence of any start of this, it appears to be right now a transformer that blew. They have video of it. People are already starting a lawsuit based on it. Okay, so that is appropriate. Now, prepare yourself for a really in-depth examination.
I'm excited.
Of this policy of PG&E. This is just, Schellenberger and what's his face, Tucker.
Finally, Jenk coming back
it,
around.
And they just say it, and then they just go into their whole homeless meth thing.
They're right-wingers. They're right-wingers. Yeah.
But in this instance, we're going to hear more about PG&E because they're responsible for most of the fires. It's very likely they're responsible for at least one of these. High winds will explode transformers. Go.
So look, guys, the PG&E has been the cause of most of the most amount of fires that we have tracked. Okay, that doesn't mean they're the only source of fires. And unfortunately, do homeless folks who are
unfortunately for who?
The fire started by someone who's hooked on drugs. They're starting it for the drugs.
When Chang says unfortunately, I feel like he's almost saying unfortunately, I'm gonna get the opportunity to say all the stuff I like about or don't like about homeless people
because you cook some of the drugs.
Is there like a massive homeless encampment like surrounding what's it called? What's the name of their studio again? Oh my god, I'm always Poly Market Studios or something. Like what the fuck is the deal over here at TYD? You would think the Poly Market Studio is literally just a homeless encampment or something.
Has that been a major source of fire here in LA over the last half a decade to a decade? Absolutely. Anyone who says that that's not true is just
pause it for 1 second. This is funny because it tracks almost exactly what the conversation with Schellenberger and Tucker were. But we know that the fires that are started either by homeless people accidentally or via them cooking their drugs or whatever it is that they're supposedly doing, and there's no definitive data on how these fires started. We know these are primarily in downtown LA. And we have no evidence that meth head homeless people are setting fires that turn into massive wildfires. Maybe there's one, like there was one gender reveal party that started a fire, but I don't think all gender reveal parties are, I'm not going to go into like the dynamics of gender reveal parties over and over again and talk about this. Like most of them are electrical companies, but gender reveal parties did El Dorado. Let's talk about this for 15 minutes about how you got to be so proud.
We got to be honest about these gender reveal parties, guys.
The different genders that take place in these things. And they're gonna be they're so locked into their patriarchy.
We gotta talk about the homeless people burning down LA.
Pink blankets for the gender reveal or blue, depending on what the gender is. And we go deep into that. No, that would be absurd. That would be absurd. Go ahead.
Fire here in LA over the last half a decade to a decade. Absolutely. Anyone who says that that's not true is just literally indisputably lying to you. And I guess the reason they would lie to you is, we want to protect our unhoused neighbors, so let's cover up the fact that they're starting fires to get high. So, but remember, not all homeless people are the same. That's the minority of homeless people. We're not trying to be, say anything disparaging about homeless people. We're just telling you a reality, and you covering it up.
Jang's version of reality is weird. Because of course, while he's going on this diatribe about homeless people, he has zero evidence that homeless people set any of these fires. So to bring it up in this moment seems incredibly irresponsible, and perhaps he has some sort of agenda here. And I don't think it has to do with housing the homeless.
Doesn't help at all. So.
Well,
Who helping?
Well, like,
so shine some sunlight on it. If we're covering it up, shine some sunlight. You know, I also use a lighter to cook my drugs, aka when I put my joint into my mouth and then light it like that. But I guess not people smoking pot in LA aren't being blamed for starting these wildfires.
That's what's so frustrating about this. Tucker and Schellenberger and Cenk and Anna do not have the solution to this problem of let's divorce entirely from the fires. Homelessness and addiction, they don't have jack for either of those things. All they have is let's throw more cops at the problem, which is what this country has been doing for a while. Rick Caruso, a billionaire developer, the guy you endorsed in the last thing, you think he has a solution to this?
Well,
no.
He does have a solution, and it is going to be
protect his mall.
Protect his mall, and then buy up all the property now that is burnt down at a huge discount.
Right. It's just absurd because we know that there are people of all different incomes that experience drug addiction.
Yeah. Now, let's go back in time and look at this piece which San Francisco Chronicle posted to their YouTube channel. Did not get a ton of views, certainly not like a Tucker Carlson vid or a TYT vid, although TYT's views have been going down too. But let's take a look at this regarding what may have very well started the Palisades fire.
So the photos were from a longtime resident up there named Don Griffin. He took these photos from the exact same vantage point, his backyard, and he told me the big Palisades fire started right in the same spot as one on New Year's, and I thought he meant New Year's a year ago. He said no, just a few days ago. So he whipped his phone out and he showed me both photos, and you can clearly see in the terrain the similar features, and it was almost overlapping the two fires. So immediately I knew that there may be something more to the origin of the fire. Once we looked into the first fire, it was surrounded by reports and 911 calls of fireworks. January 1st to January 7th was 6 days. I'm not a fire expert. For me, that felt like a long time for a fire to be smoldering, especially since firefighters spent a good portion of the day there wetting it down. That being said, when I spoke to the experts, they said absolutely not. 6 days is nothing. In those conditions where it's super dry, dead vegetation, the soil is crusted so hard that water has trouble penetrating it, the fire goes into the roots of this dead vegetation and smolders as low as a foot below the surface. So to fully...
And we've talked about this before, not specifically in Los Angeles. Actually, we talked more about it in the Northwest, right? Like in BC and Washington State, places there, where during the wintertime, even with snow on the ground, the dead sort of like the peat moss and other things can actually smolder all the way through the winter season, right? For months, covered in snow, and then start a wildfire the second that the snow is gone, right? Like this is a real thing. And so in a place as dry as California, this is even, more likely of a scenario to have happen. Of course, you don't have snow on the ground.
And smolders as low as a foot below the surface. So to fully get that fire cold is incredibly difficult, especially on steep terrain like that. And they said it was incredibly plausible that it could start even 6 days later.
Okay, Patrick, come on, come!
His house survived. Actually, his whole cul-de-sac fared pretty well. Most of his neighborhood below him either damaged or they lost their homes. And those neighbors particularly want to have answers about what happened there. It can take a while. I mean, these are major investigations. There's loss of life, thousands of homes and businesses lost. So it can take months. It can take over a year. They are waiting till...
All right, well, there you go. I mean, a multitude of reports about illegal fireworks happening in the Palisades on the same night where a fire breaks out. And 6 days later, on the exact same spot, the Palisades fire starts. I don't think you don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to draw the lines together here. And somehow Jank over there at TUIT wants to blame it on homeless people. Were homeless people lighting off fireworks in the fucking mountains? Is that, yeah, they were just like, come on guys, we gotta celebrate the new year. Everything's going so good. It's gonna be even better in 2025. Let's do a little illegal fireworks show up in the Palisades. Yeah. That's a good joke.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, considering the fact that they can last months through a season under snow, it makes even less sense that people aren't capable of drawing these lines, right? 6 days? I mean, that's nothing. Oh, God. All right, let's talk more about this, though, just a little bit, because there's been some other psychotic right-wingers out there saying the dumbest possible things. One Francesca Fiorentini had some stuff to say.
Mel Gibson is not well. Like, we're living in a moment where we're being told that, like, the mentally ill are starting fires everywhere. And I need everyone to just take a look at Mel Gibson, because my man is a little bit of a picture of a mental health crisis. So just let's start off with this. It's very fun. Here's Mel Gibson on Laura Ingraham, because, yes, no. It's not good enough to get the online anti-Semites. We've got to get to the top. Who's
the most famous
anti-Semite who we need to hear from right now? Marjorie Greene, we've heard from her. No. We need someone in Hollywood. We need Mel Gibson. You know, we might not be pulling him over for a DUI, and he might not be drunkenly telling us that the Jews run all of media and spouting off the N-word a bunch. He may not be being recorded being abusive to his spouse, but we're going to put him on. He might not even be on a remake of What Women Want, because all Laura Ingraham wants is for you to say the thing. Talk about it.
Nobody needs a second one of that movie.
Who's to blame?
Well, you know, I know they were messing with the water.
They were messing with it? What does that mean?
Letting reserves go for one reason or another. They've been doing that a while. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things.
I see. The baffles.
It's just
befuddled.
Like, you have to just hand it to Mel. Like, even the acting is just, well, I know. Looks so
this is a tough one to say.
A while. They've been doing that for years. It's like, right? It's like someone's got him under questioning. Laura Ingraham's a cop.
Some would say I've been, carrying a cross on my back for many, many years. Literally and figuratively.
You know, and he's just like, not supposed to say anything, but they've been messing with the water. I told my cousin to stop messing with the water. God damn it.
You gotta stop doing it, man.
He's so in it. He is so in it right now. Just Oscar worthy.
And then in the events like this, you sort of look, oh, is it on purpose? Which it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be? You know, I don't know.
Okay, now we're getting into just crazy
pure conspiratorial
one
thinking
begins
over
to ponder
here.
what purpose could it be anyway. I don't know. Wasn't he on Rogan recently? Do I have to watch those clips as well? So now, right, because like everyone's like, we've got to get the Rogan guest, you know, like the Ingram angle, which again is a complete like 45-degree angle right to the sky. If anyone wanted to know what that angle was.
Thank you for the science.
Now they're like, they're asking Mel. They're like, oh, Mel's hot again. No, it's cool. Mel's back. We can do this.
Do they want the state empty? I don't know.
Well, Mel, there's already talk, and we played a couple of sound bites.
Like, wait, go back. Do they want the state empty?
Now,
already talking. We played a couple of.
Now, if you recall, I think yesterday we broke the story. Or was it 2 days ago? I can't remember when it was. It was a couple of days ago where we talked about how Mel Gibson is going to be the future, what was it again? Ambassador to Hollywood. It should be fascinating to see how he executes that job.
Soundbites of reimagining the way
They want the state empty. And what could it be? You know, I don't know. Do they want the state empty? I don't know.
Well, Mel, there's already
Hey, Mel, quick follow-up. Who's they? Hey, Mel.
It's the proverbial they.
Are they in the room with you right now? Who's they? They want the state. Who wants the state?
It's
empty?
the they I can't say right
Chinese. Like what? Like that is like it's either the it's either the Jews or the Chinese. Like for some reason, like it's either Jews, Chinese, aliens. Like I feel like there's no other middle ground. I mean, does he? Are we supposed to infer that Democrats want to empty the state?
That's absolutely what we're supposed to be doing.
talking
The only logical
soundbites of reimagining the way rebuilding occurs, and obviously there's a great need for high density housing in California and across the country. That's a big push by the climate.
So Laura's like, you're not giving me anything, so I'm gonna help you.
So Laura's saying we gotta. Actually, what happened is they're trying to get rid of the rich so they can put in all this low-income housing on top of it.
Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm gonna lead you to the water, Mel. All you gotta do is lap it up with your little beard.
They burned down California for the
reason
poor.
I say the Chinese, which by the way, it's not obviously, is like a lot of the like crops that we grow out here are often like alfalfa sprout and shit like that is used for it's an export, right? It's pure export. It guzzles a bunch of water, but also doesn't a single family own a bunch of water for their pistachio plantations?
Yes, the Resnicks.
Didn't we just learn that?
We're
gonna learn about
big
that.
time. They are the
But
biggest.
anyway, there's
I mean, two people are the beneficiaries of the majority of the water in Southern California, and you might be thinking that's
too much, man.
but you know, I mean, money. Don't forget money.
Follow the rich white man.
So many angles. All right, like, let's finish out this insanity right here.
Folks, and you're already hearing rumblings of that. In this case, like goodbye single family homes, hello high density housing.
Oh God, horrifying.
And it's terrible. Can you imagine
The
having
worst.
your neighbors above and below you?
Oh
who
no!
live like that?
How are you supposed to
Many
survive
people.
that?
People
Impossible.
in cities. What if LA weren't just a cluster of suburban enclaves that pretend brown people don't exist, and suddenly we actually have to live in a city where we rubbed elbows and
How
shoulders
could
with people
anybody
of different
be
skin colors and
expected to
ethnicities and
survive
languages
in a world like
other
that?
than haven't we seen Crash? We want to keep it that way, all right? Come on. Just live in our different neighborhoods, and then Ludacris says something profound at the end, okay? What? But now they want dense high rises.
Yeah. It's
The acting is.
decades to
Francesca was right about that. Her estimation of how. I mean, he's really coming in here hoping to win an Oscar just for this Fox News interview. The amount of breathing in he's doing right now. This is such a hard question.
It's pretty scary, and it'll take decades to do that too. It's like even if it if it's a good idea, which I don't know if it is, but reminds me of the old cattle barons clearing people off the land, But
cattle barons clearing people off the land. What are you talking about? Like
Goddamn
native
cattle
genocide? What are you
barons.
talking about? They're genociding us, like just like the native,
Yes.
just like the Ohlone.
The rich white man is being
Californians
genocided.
here.
Follow the rich white man.
I don't know. I can make all kinds of horrible theories up in my head, conspiracy
Oh, I'm sure you
theories and
can.
everything else.
Oh, we all
It just
we
seemed a
all
little
know you can
convenient
do that.
There was no water, and and that the wind conditions were right, and that there are people ready and willing and able to start fires. And are they commissioned to do so, or are they just acting on their own volition? I don't know.
Such great questions, Mel. I think Francesca just went supersonic on that one. Oh my god. I didn't know that anybody's voice could reach that that pitch. That was quite impressive. She almost sounded like a baby dinosaur. A little pterodactyl. Alright, where to next? Oh, this, you know what? I did. Alright, let's look at a story that perhaps will be more heartwarming than this Mel Gibson related one. Although it is cold as well. It's a cold, heartwarming story.
Winter is coming.
In Vermont.
Dad, just go. Go. Go before he gets away. Hey, come here. Hey.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's cold, buddy.
You know, we were in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-through, and
Oh,
pretty much
God.
simultaneously from when I said I have a mobile order to it was within seconds. My son said, "There's a dog in the river." In my head, I was hoping, okay, we could maybe call her over to us. That was the best case scenario. Became clear that wasn't going to happen because, you know, she may have been scared and also was extremely exhausted. That was pretty clear to us. So I knew I was going to end up in the water one way or the other. So I did.
I don't know. It's brave. It's selfless. It's commendable. It's
That has got to be
just
so cold.
everything. It's everything that I think that we were put on this earth to be, and sometimes it feels like that's very rare these days.
Look at that pup right there. Looking very, very cold. Thankfully, a good Samaritan decided to take it upon themselves to save that dog. As, you know, getting out of the water for a dog in that situation is basically impossible. Alright. Let's go to another snowy, cold story. All the way in Spain. Unfortunately, this one is a lot less heartwarming than the previous one.
At least 17 people have been seriously injured after a chairlift accident in northern Spain near the French border. Aston, the ski resort in the Spanish Pyrenees where the accident happened, has been closed and rescue services are at the scenes. Well, these are the latest pictures of people being ferried to nearby hospitals by ambulance and helicopter. Local media are reporting a total of 39 people have been injured after falling up to 15 metres from that lift, and 17 are described as being in a very serious condition. Well, for a while, around 80 skiers were stranded, hanging in chairlifts until they were rescued. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has expressed his shock on social media, saying his thoughts are with the injured and their families, while eyewitnesses have described the moment that the lift malfunctioned.
Well, it's as if a cable came loose from the lift and suddenly the whole chair started bouncing and people were flying into the air and spinning.
Jesus Christ.
People started to fall off too because the chairs were bouncing. We all ran as fast as we could and left our skis behind. There were boards falling down.
Let's speak to Jaime Pellegri, who is at the Aston ski resort and was on the ski lift when it collapsed. Jaime, thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. Tell us what you saw. What happened to you?
Well, hi everyone. It's been a very shocking day. So we were skiing as we normally do on weekends in the Aston resort, and suddenly we were in the chair and it started to fall. It was very quick. Everything happened in like seconds, and we were lucky because in my case, this chair was just at the beginning, and we kind of took the floor. So we reached the floor with the chair, and everything happened in like seconds. So fortunately, we felt okay, no injuries, and the people surrounding us in the different chairs were okay. But it's not.
Yeesh. You know, you're just trying to have a fun time on the mountain, ski or snowboard or whatever else, and suddenly the chairlift collapses. Not great. Like the Chevron just said there, 39 people injured. Nobody dead, thankfully. Hopefully everyone will recover quickly. Alright. On from the snow. Let's go south to Nigeria, where another fuel tanker. We talked about a fuel tank explosion, wasn't it like 6 months ago? Scores of people were killed and injured in Nigeria when a fuel tanker overturned, spilling fuel that exploded. Those who died had scrambled to take the fuel, which has rocketed in price amid economic costs. Oh, that's fucking horrifying. You're telling me people rushed to... Oh my god. That is horrifying. That is... Oh my god. Oh, there you go. More evidence for why we need to end poverty in this world. People rushing into a horrifyingly dangerous situation for no other reason than to... Oh, God. Than to just attain fuel. The price of gasoline has increased 5-fold in the last 18 months, leading many to risk their lives to recover fuel during tanker truck accidents. In October, more than 170 people died in a similar incident in Jigawa State in northern Nigeria. Yeah, exactly. We talked about that one. I thought I was experiencing deja vu when I saw this. 2 times, and it was less than 6 months. October, it was like 3 months. Unbelievable. And apparently, I don't know exactly the number, but scores of people died. Just a tragic and a completely preventable situation. All right. Let's see. How did we do here? I think I've run out of environmental news for the day, kind of. So I guess we're just going to power through until 4 hours. We'll take a second break. So let's go to space news. Kind of. As the LA fires are in fact impacting NASA research.
Cooler temperatures are helping firefighters make progress against the deadly wildfires in Los Angeles County. The Palisades fire is 39% contained this morning. It has burned more than 23,000 acres. The smaller but deadlier Eaton fire is now 65% contained. That fire, burning in the hills northeast of Pasadena, is being blamed for 16 deaths and has destroyed hundreds of buildings. As Dave Malkoff shows us, it is also disrupting work at one of NASA's most important facilities.
This is how you see NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory most of the time. A room packed with scientists talking to the stars.
It's weird to be in here without people.
This is how it looks today.
It is the first time in 60 years that we've had to pull people out of this mission operations room.
It says Deep Space Network. You're managing things that are as far out as Voyager.
Yes, beyond the edge of the solar system.
JPL director Lori Leshin was very worried about this place. Worried about her house, too, right in the Eaton fire zone.
We actually watched the hillside around us burn on our security cameras.
To show you just how close the fire got to JPL, we're going to split screen right here so we can show you the fire in the picture that Dr. Leshin shared from that night. It was right at their doorstep.
Here on lab, we have our own firefighters.
The NASA Fire Department was right in this fight, assisting other agencies. CAL FIRE helicopters snorkeling water from JPL tanks.
The DC-10s dropping all the retardant. You can see the pause check lines. They've been lying here on the hillsides.
This is the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab.
Yes, it is.
It's right in the middle of the burn zone.
We are right here, tucked up in the foothills. It was very scary. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, we could see the fire very clearly from here, approaching the lab.
JPL's Ian Pinkham, a single dad, has been going practically non-stop since this began. His 11-year-old daughter is staying with friends.
I got to see her for about an hour 2 days ago. I snuck out and went and gave her a hug. I think that's the longest hug I've ever gotten back from her. Wasn't easy to turn around and say, it's okay, I'll see you in a couple days.
He was here.
Sometimes
safe. They were very concerned at that point.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to know what you got until it's at risk.
A couple days.
He was here, keeping JPL safe. They were very concerned at that point.
Yes, absolutely. We were meeting at that point and
thinking that you were going to lose buildings, maybe.
Yeah, preparing for an eventual fire, yes.
Deputy Director Leslie Livesay was one of more than 200 JPL employees whose home is now gone.
You lived somewhere for 21 years. You know, my niece lived with me, and so there were a lot of memories there, family visits.
She says it's likely no other employer has lost more in Altadena.
Certainly JPL, Caltech combined are likely the largest employer in the area with losses.
Through all this, no work has stopped. More than 40 spacecraft out there are still talking back to Earth. This room is how the universe understands its nature.
There you go. Our space infrastructure was at risk from these fires. Thankfully, it was spared. All right, now on to the Earth news. And there's certainly some stuff to talk about here today on that. Let's start off in Latin America.
What is behind President-elect Donald Trump's seeming obsession with the Panama Canal? He's threatened in recent weeks to take back the canal, once controlled by the United States, by force if necessary. So our colleague Bill Mattingly went to the Central American country to find out what this is really all about. And he spoke to the man who ran the canal for nearly a decade and says Trump is spreading lies.
This is the Panama Canal, a 51-mile corridor linking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Its creation helped the United States become a global superpower.
Most people don't get access to this, but what you're standing on top of right now, it's a modern marvel. It is an engineering miracle. Only twice in the history of the Panama Canal has transit actually stopped. It's that invaluable to world trade, to the world economy, to geopolitics in general. It also underscores why any president, President-elect Trump being one of them, cares so deeply about its operations.
Whoopsies, I forgot to switch.
Now, Trump's interest in the Panama Canal, it makes a lot of sense. It's 4% of global shipping. That's what comes through here on an annual basis. 40% of U.S. containers come through this waterway. But what people here unequivocally do not understand is why, after 25 years of smooth operations under Panama's control, all of a sudden Trump is threatening to take it back and refusing to rule out using military force to do so.
The Panama Canal is a disgrace.
He's railed against how the canal is being run and China's growing influence around the waterway.
They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries.
China!
They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid. But we're not stupid anymore. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal.
I asked the man who was in charge of the canal for 7 years, Jorge Luis Quijano, about those claims.
Does the canal charge U.S. ships more than others?
No.
Does the canal charge the U.S. Navy more than others?
No.
Are there Chinese troops operating in the canal?
No.
Does Beijing or the Chinese Communist Party operate the canal?
Definitely no.
Wow.
Fixation has left
There we go.
Perplexed and frustrated, but also cognizant of the former real estate magnate's roots in the country, long before his turn to politics.
Well, my interest in Panama really began when we had the Miss Universe contest in Panama, which I own. I own the Miss Universe, and it was one of the most successful contests we've ever had.
Not all of his business dealings in Panama have been a success.
There's a complicating factor for Panamanian officials trying to figure out what the president-elect actually wants here. And that starts right here, because this building is the tallest building in Central America, and it is a building that used to be known as the Trump International Tower and Hotel, also home of the Trump Ocean Club. Now, it is neither.
The gleaming 70-floor resort marked Trump's first international hotel venture, a massive project, mired by mountains of litigation and confrontation that led to the removal of Trump's name from the property, halfway through his first term in the White House.
Oh, it's very sad.
As for Trump's attack on the terrible deal that set in motion the U.S. handover of the canal and its surrounding zone to Panama, that's rooted in an even longer-standing preoccupation.
Jimmy Carter gave the Panama Canal away for nothing, zero. In other words, they said, we want the canal. He
Gave
said,
it
"Oh,
away."
okay," even though we spent the equivalent of many billions of dollars to build it.
Now, Trump is calling for Panama to reduce the tolls and rates U.S. ships pay to transit the canal, or else.
That was one of our dredges working on it.
I put that to Ilia Espina de Marota, Deputy Administrator of the canal.
You know, one of the things that you hear from people in the United States is, well, just all Trump wants is you just cut the rates a little bit for U.S. ships, or make some adjustments there just for U.S. ships. Is that a plausible option?
It's not a possible option.
Why not?
Because of the treaties.
The same treaties Trump rails against mandate equal treatment of all vessels. No U.S. carve-outs. Trump has also ignored that the canal today...
That is my sense of things, is that Donald Trump, he knows that American ships are paying the same as everyone else. He just wants a sweet, sweet deal for America. And maybe, get some sort of, what do you call it? Oh, I can't think of the words now. My brain just broke. But basically, like they said, Donald Trump, he lost his sweet, sweet hotel in Panama during his first presidency, and he's probably feeling pretty sore about that one still.
Handed over by the United States.
There was an expansion.
Yes.
The U.S. government played what role in the expanded version?
Okay. As far as financially, none.
More than half of the revenue that comes in from the Panama Canal doesn't come in through the one that the United States was integral in building. It comes in through the expansion.
That's right. This is the Atlantic side.
Marota led the massive $5.2 billion project, which dramatically expanded the size of cargo ships that can traverse the canal.
So when President-elect Trump says he wants to take the canal back, do you guys get to keep the one you did?
No. We get to keep it.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure Donald Trump has forgotten about the fact that before the U.S. was involved in the building of the canal, Colombia was involved in it, then it was France, I think, and eventually the U.S. took over and was involved in the, building of the finishing of the canal, because it was already pretty much built at that point. And since then, Panama has, as they just said, put in billions of their own money into revitalizing, improving the canal. But Donald Trump doesn't want reality.
I don't want reality.
He just wants revenge for losing that sweet, sweet beachside Trump hotel.
Phil Mattingly at the Panama Canal, CNN.
My panel is back. First of all,
Okay.
Like, how much did you?
We don't need more of Dana. Bye, Dana. Now let's see what future... Oh god, what's his gonna be Mark Rubio's job? Not DHS, that's wrong. Hold on. I can't even think of it right now. Ambassador? Yeah, right, he's gonna be the fucking Secretary of State. Oh my god, Mark Rubio, Secretary of State. That makes sense. Let's see what future... future, little Secretary of State had to say. Oh, you know what? I just realized.
Last question as we run out of time.
I need to do this. If Marco is going to be the Secretary of State, we need this. We need this bad. Where are you? I know I have the sound shot sitting around waiting for a moment like this. Where is it?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen, let's hear it.
There we are. There we are. Hello. What was that? Somebody just follow? Ah. Welcome.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen, let's hear it.
All right.
Obviously, there's a lot of conversation about Panama in the news. Can you talk about the Chinese influence in the Panama Canal,
Yeah,
what Americans should know?
Well, let me tell you, I actually didn't print a lot of, things to read like verbatim here, but there's one that I thought was interesting that I wanted to share, and I'm not going to put it out there for everybody, but the whole thing, but maybe I'll submit it for the record. But I just went through, this thing with Panama and the canal is not new. I visited there, it was 2016. I think I've consistently seen people express concern about it, and it's encapsulated here in quote after quote. Let me tell you, the former U.S. ambassador who served under President Obama said the Chinese see Panama.
Wait. Oh, I love this. Marco is quoting President Obama's administration as being credible? This is the first time this has ever happened in history. I don't think little Marco's ever said anything about the Obama administration that wasn't critical or claiming that it was, come on. What is happening here?
Come on! Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Aviation logistics hub. Just immediate past head of U.S. Southern Command, General Laura Richardson, said, I was just in Panama about a month ago and flying along the Panama Canal and looking at the state-owned enterprises from the People's Republic of China on each side of the Panama Canal. They look like civilian companies or state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability.
Wow. Does that mean that all American companies are also a threat to everyone else and they could be turned into military capabilities? Is that what Marco is saying here? Come on, little Marco. I find it fascinating that he's quoting essentially Democrats and stuff to get this done. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. All right, let's get away from little Marco for now. We're gonna be dealing with him as much as we dealt with Anthony Blinken, I assume. Oh God. Oh, that's gonna be fun. All right, let's go on. Let's go to Europe. Talk about the state of things there and the EU with a number of different situations, military, defense spending, democracy itself. I just believe that a static debate about percentages doesn't really help us if in the end it doesn't realize what NATO has decided together what the goals must be. That's what matters, in my opinion. And yes, you can put an upper limit on the amount, and at the same time, you have to briefly note 5%, as Donald Trump recently put it, would mean for Germany that we would have to spend slightly more than 40% of our entire budget on defense. And I think that ends the debate very quickly. Well, it doesn't end the debate here in the United States. We do it every year. I mean, maybe it will in Germany because it may be slightly more sensible, but I mean, our budget is at least 40%, pretty sure, in terms of military defense spending. Our action travels this difficult ridge, where on the one hand, we know that we have to spend more on our security, but on the other hand, we know that we have to revive the economy. Interesting. If we combine the two, i.e. if we make the European defense industry one of the ways to revive the economy, we can combine the two. I see. You just gotta really, really lean in. You have to... The way to fix it is that we just gotta make the entire economy the military-industrial complex like the United States has done. Interesting. We're Americanizing the whole world. You can see that we are in a world in which we can be defeated without having been invaded. I'm sorry, what? And that means the responsibility for the defense of our countries will go well beyond military issues alone. We can be defeated without being invaded. We can be defeated without being... I don't know what that means, sir. That's making no sense to me right now. Alrighty, let's talk about that democracy. Global News is asking the question, is Western democracy under attack?
Nazis out, they chant in Vienna. This man says he fears Austrian democracy is being lost, because the Freedom Party's Herbert Kickl could become the country's next chancellor. He calls himself the People's Chancellor.
Yeah, that's not a great historical reference right there. Sorry, I just spoke over that. Please hold, let me go back. Oh boy.
Because the Freedom Party's Herbert Kickl could become the country's next chancellor. He calls himself the People's Chancellor, a term once used by Adolf Hitler. Kickl also says he opposes the Nazi SS being held collectively guilty of crimes
wow!
despite the SS's documented involvement in...
Oh my God. This is... He opposes the SS being held accountable? So he completely opposes the Nuremberg trials in post? He's like, that was too much. Come on. It's not fair. Wow.
Collectively guilty for war crimes despite the SS's documented involvement in the Holocaust. And he's promised to remigrate migrants to achieve a more homogenous nation. His party won a plurality, nearly 30% of the vote. Similar parties also saw electoral success. Germany's Supreme Court ruled the Alternative for Deutschland, which won a state vote last year, pursues goals against democracy. The National Front in France, in opposition, founded by a man who was repeatedly convicted for downplaying the Holocaust.
Illegal.
And Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, whose party was founded by a staffer of Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
And 4 years after he refused to accept the outcome of the election, and after his supporters tried to stop it from being certified, for which many have been convicted,
make America great again.
Donald Trump returns to the White House. Some worry those voted into power could undermine democracy.
I think he represents a threat, and a very real threat, because I don't think he understands democracy.
University of Oxford professor Margaret Macmillan studies international history.
Democracies are resilient, but they can also be quite fragile. And once you start breaking some of the rules in democracies, then putting the pieces back together again is difficult and can take time.
Research shows worrying trends. A poll, as reported by the UK's Guardian newspaper, found 1 in 5 Millennial and Generation Z Britons prefer strong leaders without elections to democracy. And 47% say no current political parties represent my views and values closely.
More democracy enables more freedom.
The nonprofit group Freedom House tracks freedom around the world. Its most recent report shows political rights and civil liberties declined in 52 countries in 2023 and improved in only 21, marking the 18th year in a row freedom has declined.
That's not
Most
good.
Of that research, researcher Yana Gorokhovskaya says happened in countries like Russia and Iran, where there is no democracy and conditions worsened. But not always.
The United States continues to have an incredibly robust and strong democratic system with lots of different actors.
Really?
But certainly, you know, where we've seen democratic decline, it's been elected leaders that have driven it, and so that's something that we have to be conscious of.
That leader, also often populist, she adds, like Hungary's prime minister for the past 15 years.
Under Viktor Orban, what we've seen is that Hungary's political rights and civil liberties for people in the country have steadily declined.
Orban connected.
Yeah, I find it strange, her assessment of U.S. democracy, because I think many people believe it's eroding rather quickly. And her assessment of things seemed a little too optimistic for me.
Deadly attack in Germany to immigration, despite the fact the suspect lived in Germany for decades, and police say his media posts show support for the AfD. Orban's comments follow a pattern.
A slower process of democratic decline has happened under leaders who undermine institutions. They usually go after, I would say, the media first, then the judiciary. The other big one is attacks on minority groups and restrictions.
Yeah, I mean, much of what she's saying right now all applies to the United States. Attacks on the media and the judiciary? That is Donald Trump's fucking playbook. And yeah, she's like, actually, things are very robust in the United States still, actually. Everything's going fine, even though all of the media organizations are kowtowing to the future emperor.
On minority groups.
Gorokhovskaya says it's the same in Italy.
They also passed an extremely punitive and restrictive law on surrogacy that basically makes it impossible for gay men to have children in the country. So those are all really terrible things.
Democracy is not just voting, leaving a mark beside a candidate's name in a school gym, and the right to do so. The belief that voting is inviolable, sacred, like other rights, to be free from persecution or to speak out, doesn't reside in the paper of the ballot.
Democracy wouldn't work if we do not have trust with each other.
Take it from someone whose democracy is gone. Though it did not go quietly. Hong Kongers flooded the streets in 2019 to protest Chinese laws limiting the region's autonomy, like the National Security Law, which effectively ended the region's free democracy in 2020.
We were quite scared, but at the same time we were raged because people around us...
You feel like we need double emotional support this week? It's going to be a rough week, undoubtedly. I guess we're just going to have to get more people to like the stream. I think that's going to be intrinsic in that pursuit.
Just being arrested for the reason that we want Hong Kong to be democratic and free.
Carmen Lau was in those protests and then elected, age 24, to become a district councillor. She later refused to swear an oath of allegiance to China's Communist Party, so was forced to resign, then to flee.
There were personal safety issues on me. I was surveilled and shadowed by some suspicious people.
And many who didn't leave are now in jail.
It's true. That is all. That certainly about that particular situation is true. Unfortunately, it's a very complex one that involves colonialism, promises over decades, and an entire generation who lived under one system of laws that were then essentially ousted for another set. Where are we at on time? $39 hours of rendering for what? That's too much.
The migration issue, and these right-wing parties made the migration to an issue. It is not so much an issue as the right-wing parties are pretending.
Another reason in a warning from our president's last speech.
Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing. Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies.
I mean, and the fact is, it's not like social media was doing a ton of fact-checking, right? But just the removal of the rest of it is actually, yeah, it's not great for us.
Authoritarian countries like China and Russia, with the criminal groups they sponsor, continued.
You know what's really bugging me right now about Joe Biden? I mean, there's all the stuff that he did in the last, year and a half and stuff with relation to Israel and all that. But beyond that, is in the last week or so where he's been coming out and saying all this stuff, stuff which I could have sworn, we had some time to address, like 4 years about, and yet we're just talking about it now in the last week of Joe Biden's presidency.
I'm staying in the race.
It's very frustrating. Whoopsies, what did I just do? Don't do that. Don't be a butt. Please hold. Full screen. There we go.
Pump out mis- and disinformation. Microsoft's president testifying to Congress what the company detected.
We saw a Russian group put online an AI-enhanced video putting into Vice President Harris's words at a rally words she never spoke.
And a Microsoft threat report stated China, too, will create and amplify AI-generated content that benefits their positions in other states' elections.
Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth.
It just started. It literally just started today. Okay. That's cool. It's like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It does feel like we're being patronized, Mitty. I agree. When he does this stuff, it's like, dude, it's almost like he's suggesting we didn't do enough to get it when he was the one in office and had a majority in, if I recall correctly, the House and the Senate when he entered office and then squandered it. All right, we're going to take a short break. All right. I do hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both super important. And while you're doing those things, do consider the multitudinous ways we have available to you to help keep us alive and on the air. YouTube, of course. We got the super chats, super stickers, and now memberships where you can get a baker's dozen emotes and a badge. A badge to prove to everybody just how galactic you are. You got You got Twitch, where you can do bits and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you just want to give us money. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, becoming a Galactic patron. Only $3 US. That's right. And you can get yourself an avatar here on screen at the pool, or behind the bar, or at the lake in a boat, whatever you want, really. Shoutouts at the end of the stream, and much, much more. So do consider it. Link is in the chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. That's not how you spell Patreon. There we go. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I am back. You know what that means. It's time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss that sweet, sweet galactic content. Well, what do we have to talk about next? Let's find out. Oh, yeah. We gotta talk Israel a little bit. Israel, Gaza. Let's start with this, where for the first time in a long time, NBC maybe looking to recognize reality. About things. Just a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit. Let's go here. NBC News from a day ago. What's that? New study says number of dead in Gaza might be higher than reported? Oh, wow.
Would you jump up?
Who could have predicted that? Not the Lancet.
It's been more than a year since Mahmoud Dalifa's home was bombed, collapsing the entire block, killing 35 of his family members, including his wife and 5 children. All of them are still beneath the rubble. God bless them, he says. I am the sole survivor. Mahmoud says efforts to recover their bodies failed due to a lack of equipment. The Palestinian Health Ministry reports 46,000 deaths due to the war. However, new peer-reviewed research published in The Lancet estimates the true toll is substantially higher, including uncounted cases like the Dalifa family.
You're estimating that the death toll is in excess of 70,000 due to violence.
Yeah, exactly. So if we kind of carry forward this percentage of underestimation over time and sort of, bridge the months since June, with a bit of caution, we would say at least 70,000.
Francesco Cecchi is an epidemiologist with expertise in analyzing mortality rates from conflict and is a senior researcher on the study. He says they utilized a statistical technique known as capture-recapture analysis, drawing from 3 separate sources: hospital mortuary lists, a public online survey run by the Palestinian Ministry of Health, and information scraped from social media. Back in 2023, we followed the body of 17-year-old Hasan Abu Daka shortly after the airstrike that killed him. His mom was there as he was taken to the Al Nasser hospital, where a doctor confirmed the death, his body labeled, and his information.
When NBC says we, I don't think they're actually talking about themselves. I think they just mean journalists in general, because of course the Western media has not been allowed in Gaza for this entire period of time. So I don't know if they're using the term we correctly.
Hospital, where a doctor confirmed the death, his body labeled, and his information entered into a database. The blue marking on the screen indicates his death was caused by the war. Palestinian officials say every body included in the official death toll goes through a similar process.
We and a number of other authors have previously looked at the quality of the Ministry of Health figures that are coming out of Gaza. By and large, there don't seem to be any major concerns with the accuracy and robustness of those figures.
As the war dragged on, Palestinian officials say that process became much more difficult, due in part to the near total collapse of the healthcare system. In devastated northern Gaza, officials haven't been able to collect any of the dead in over 3 months, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. The Israeli military released a statement responding to the study's findings, saying in part, the IDF targets only military objectives in accordance with international
Gotta get that in
law
there, NBC.
and strives to mitigate harm to civilians as much as possible. Furthermore,
Would you like to push back on this at all?
Multiple safety precautions are taken to minimize harm to civilians.
Will that be
Adding
happening?
the airstrike that killed the Dalifa family targeted military infrastructure. For
Wow.
which militants, some of them senior figures, orchestrated terror activities against the state of Israel.
Anything?
Meanwhile, Mahmoud
No.
sinks through the rubble, unable.
No, you got nothing to say about that, NBC? You're just gonna kind of push through it? Okay. Well, I guess I'll do it. It's definitely a war crime to kill these people, even though they're claiming there's military objectives there. Also, we've seen almost zero evidence of these military objectives that Israel keeps talking about, which would be necessary to to do in this circumstance. But NBC is too busy. They're very busy right now.
Reach his family and haunted by memories. He recalls how shortly before the airstrike, his wife had a premonition that only he would survive. Don't leave us under the rubble, she said. Bury us. His only hope now is that the war will end so that he could finally fulfill his wife's wish and lay his family to rest.
Oh boy, there are just no words.
There are some words, actually.
Aaron, he's not alone in having family beneath the rubble, right? How long, assuming this ceasefire goes into effect, how long until they can start getting these people out from underneath the rubble?
It's unclear, Tom. According to Palestinian officials, the heavy equipment required to move the rubble and find the dead was bombed during the course of the war, and it's unclear under the terms of the ceasefire yet to go into effect when they'll be able to get that new heavy equipment in there to find the bodies. And it's not just about the bodies buried beneath the rubble. Also in northern Gaza, according to reports, in many cases, due to the violence, due to the war, they were simply unable to take the deceased to the hospital to be counted. And so many are buried at home. And it's unclear when the Palestinians are going to get these answers. It is worth pointing out, though, that the negotiations are ongoing, and that timeline, is very much still on the table. Tom.
Yeah. Wow, what great journalism from NBC. It was a mix of actually acknowledging that the death count is probably much, much higher than what's written down currently, but at the same time reminding us of all the Israeli talking points without any pushback. It's such a helpful news organization. So glad we have NBC for stuff like that. NBC owned by your internet provider, most likely, Comcast, of course. Good old entertainment journalism. Thank you very much, NBC. You've done your job. You've made Comcast a little bit of money, but you're still getting spun off, I'm pretty sure, so enjoy that. Alright, let's go here to the Associated Press. From 21 hours ago, where Israel's cabinet approved the ceasefire deal officially.
Israel has approved a ceasefire deal that will pause the 15-month-long war with Hamas. The announcement came after an hours-long meeting with Israel's full cabinet Friday afternoon that led into the early hours of Saturday morning. The deal is supposed to take effect on Sunday, when the ceasefire will begin, and will see the start of the release of hostages as well as Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. Over the next 42 days, the first phase of the ceasefire, we're going to see 33 hostages released, women, children, elderly, in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. There's a mix of emotion on all sides, though. For families of the hostages, many have no idea if their loved ones are still alive in Gaza.
I love how we have the Associated Press to explain to us, or well, they didn't even really explain to us, but they just, use two different words to describe the same dynamic, right? Hostages in Gaza, and then the prisoners in Israel. It's like, words matter, actually, when you're a journalist. Of course, that's what the Associated Press is purportedly, purports to be. But it's just weird that they choose those to use those words to describe the situation. as if Israel hasn't been holding those people hostage. It's not like many of them haven't even been committed, like, you know, accused of or actually been, what's it called? Oh my God. Like, most of them haven't even committed crimes, right? Or been proven to have committed crimes. And then no trials, no nothing, you know? But they're like, oh, these are criminal Palestinians, and then innocent Israeli hostages.
Estimates that about a third or up to half of the 98 hostages there could be dead. And on the Palestinian side in Gaza, Gaza has been reduced to rubble during this war. While people are going to be allowed to return to their houses, to return north, many people have absolutely no idea if their houses are still standing and if they'll have anything to go home to.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think we kind of knew that about that last part, but yeah, you're right. People have very little information because they have been internally displaced, in some cases, you know, like a dozen times or more, right? Over and over again, the safe zones have been moved, and along with it, the entire population of Gaza. So yeah, keeping track of how your house is doing during all of that, yeah, it's going to be tough. Okie dokie. Now, let's go on to this. This happened, I think this was like last week. Maybe a little bit earlier. But we didn't see this. I at least didn't see it go across my feed at the time that it happened. But here's the repost from the AP archive. I don't know if it was actually ever posted by the Associated Press. The regular channel. But here is something is happening in the West Bank in the wake of the death of Jimmy Carter. Whoops, I didn't start the video. So that is an olive tree, which these Palestinians are planting, along with this sign, which says,
President Carter, who passed away, leaving
in memory of President Jimmy Carter, planted by Palestinian Farmers Union, and Freedom for Palestine 2025.
President Carter, who passed away, leaving behind him as a legacy of a man who fought for peace, for freedom, for liberties, for fair and just for all people. And that legacy, we believe, have been rooted among people, mainly in Palestine, because that sole leader was one of those only who stood firmly supporting the struggle of the Palestinians for independence and for freedom. He even described what the Israeli occupation is doing in Palestine as an apartheid system imposed on Palestinians.
Illegal.
So yeah, you can see they're planting what appears to be an entire...
In memory of this president, we'll plant a 10-dönum area of land with 250 olive trees, supported with internal irrigation system, and will be fenced from all borders to protect this land from any type of attacks, whether attacks from the settlers or attacks from wild animals.
There we go. Hopefully those trees go unburned. We've seen many Palestinian olive groves destroyed, either by the IDF or Israeli settlers. Maybe these ones will manage to stay safe. One can hope. All right. Now let's talk some more about the Gaza ceasefire deal, the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire that was generally, what's the word? Officiated over by the Qatari government.
We are back and happy to welcome back to the show Dr. Anel Sheline, research fellow at the Middle East in the Middle East program at the Quincy Institute, former foreign affairs officer at the U.S. Department of State's Bureau on Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor's Office of Near Eastern Affairs. Anel resigned over the Biden administration's Gaza policy in March 2024. Thanks so much for coming back on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
So, of course, the news is moving very fast right now. There has been some reporting on this deal that was reached that Netanyahu has once again reportedly thrown a wrench into the ceasefire deal at the 11th hour. He delayed a cabinet vote on this ceasefire deal, and the Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, if they left together, they could bring down his coalition, and they're unhappy with the idea that there would be any peace deal with Hamas or whatever. And then this morning I saw that Netanyahu or his office put out a statement denying that Israeli forces would withdraw troops from the Philadelphia corridor, which was a part of the agreement. So he's basically contradicting what the agreement says and then blaming it on Hamas. And then last night as well, they escalated their bombing campaign against Palestinians and killed at least 70 people. So sure looks like he's trying to sabotage this ceasefire deal, but what's your assessment of what we've seen over the past 48 hours?
I mean, like you said, it's been such an emotional roller coaster. I mean, my initial reaction yesterday was immediate pessimism as far as, my sense of it is that Trump just wanted this for his inauguration, and I didn't expect the ceasefire to outlive Monday. He just wants it in place for inauguration, and then Israel will be free to go back to its genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. I got some pushback yesterday, people saying, look, Trump does have interests in this not being a problem that he has to deal with. And, I hope that is true, but I think that clearly whatever Trump has promised Netanyahu, and that Netanyahu has also promised Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, as well as Israeli society, much of whom remains fully committed to the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, unfortunately. The notion that, they'll go right back to fighting, that perhaps the promising American support for annexation of the West Bank, I think that is something to keep in mind in general, that from the perspective of the Israeli far right, the West Bank is a much bigger prize than Gaza, although I think from their perspective, they would like to maintain the assault on Gaza and annex the West Bank. From Trump's perspective, he's going to need to be able to show something to Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudis if he's going to achieve Israeli-Saudi normalization, which he thinks will earn him a Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
From a guy.
Now, if you all recall, ever since this ceasefire deal came out, and especially since Trump started claiming responsibility for it, I've been kind of pushing back on this claim of his for multiple reasons. But it would appear that he may have had at least some thing to do with this, but of course, without any clarity on what was promised, I'm still on the fence.
That photoshopped himself into Time Magazine most important person of the year for his golf resorts. I mean, that is the exact kind of thing that he would be drawn towards. It's just the idea that he could get some sort of fancy award. But there is, I think, and I agree with your assessment, but I do think that there's an interesting dynamic here where it seems that clearly Netanyahu was holding off, obviously, on making a deal with the Biden administration, in part because the Biden administration didn't use any leverage. I mean, not in part, this is the reason. And so the blame 100% lies with Biden here. But from Netanyahu's perspective, it very much mirrors the Iran hostages, Jimmy Carter's deal being scuttled so that, and Reagan making these back channel deals so that he could take credit. And then on his inauguration day, the hostages were released. Like, there is historical precedent for this. But I do wonder, was Netanyahu potentially caught off guard by how forceful Trump was with this? Because there is reporting about how his Middle Eastern envoy was like, I don't care if this is like a religious time to take off work. We're forcing this through anyway. That's from the outside is what it looks like.
No, I agree with you that 100% this demonstrates that Biden refused to use pressure. And this is what I observed inside the State Department, this sort of hand-wringing that, we're working tirelessly towards a ceasefire, as if the United States isn't directly enabling everything the Israeli military is doing. And that, even just the breadth of pressure from Trump coming in, who's not even president yet.
I still just don't understand what the pressure was, right? And I think that's why I still am sort of refusing to give Trump credit for this whatsoever, even though everybody seems to be claiming that he had something to do with this. Without knowing what the pressure is, I kind of am refusing right now to accept that premise that Donald Trump literally had anything to do with it, right? Maybe he did. Right, but I think there's pressures that weren't U.S. related that we're going to go back to talking about again, but whatever.
Got Netanyahu to provisionally agree to the ceasefire. As we said, it's unclear to what extent it will in fact manifest. I totally agree with you in terms of the parallels to the Iran hostage deal. As you said, the back channel deal to tank Carter's reelection campaign. I think it's, although yesterday all of the focus was on the hopeful announcement of a ceasefire, there was also news that came out yesterday about the results of a YouGov and IMEU poll, which showed that 29% of people who voted for Biden in 2020 but didn't vote for Harris in 2024 cited Gaza as their number one reason for not voting.
That is huge.
This was over the economy. This was over immigration. I think
that is a huge amount. 30%, nearly 29% of the people who voted for Biden who didn't come out and vote for Kamala cited Gaza as the reason. When I heard this number, I was utterly, and I'm still just baffled. Because of course, the U.S. government, Biden and Harris's administration, the re-election campaign people, I'm sure they had some amount of data, right? They must have known. And when you look at it, all the statements that were made around that time, I mean, they absolutely must have known that this was a dynamic at play, and yet they just ignored it. They did everything they could to deny it, that anything needed to change. They barred Palestinians from entering the DNC. Even even actual Democratic delegates, just for being pro-Palestinian. There's Hasan, got ousted from the DNC. I mean, so much. I mean, there's so many examples. Biden's, speeches at those fucking, what was it? Like the, I want to say inauguration. No, but the commencements, like the college graduations. And, he was saying he doesn't care and all this other shit. They must have known. Somebody in the room knew. And they just did nothing. They just chose to ignore it for I guess ideological purposes. They genuinely wanted to continue to support it. And it's just one of the dumbest, most undemocratic things. They just completely ignored the voters. That's why we are where we're at.
Democrats are listening, and that moving forwards, they will understand that this was a huge part of why they lost the election. Obviously not the only issue. But clearly, Biden refused to use any pressure. Harris refused to break with him on that. This is part of why Trump won. And now I mean, unfortunately, I think what everybody keeps saying, especially on social media, because I've been emphasizing, like, this is clearly a win for Trump. And people say, well, why are you giving Trump the win? And I'm saying it is a win for Trump, but it could have been a win for Biden. And he just refused to take the win. And again, I think in the end, the Trump administration is playing all of us who are desperately hoping for peace for the Palestinian people, as well as the return of hostages held in Gaza.
And you mentioned that it could have been a win for Biden, but I'm curious, as in your role at the State Department, I know you weren't there for too long, but I did find ProPublica is doing phenomenal reporting on the suppression of dissent by the Biden administration on this very topic, which you experienced firsthand. But ProPublica, I thought it was really notable, reported that the State Department was, quote, marginalized in the last year, and that this policy has largely been the result of the National Security Council, which is a White House advisory board, but not the State Department is supposed to be our constitutional foreign policy arm. But the NSC has grown in power since its formation in the middle of the 20th century, and the article really said that Jake Sullivan, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein were significant players in this policy. Now, with the way that Biden performed at the debate and with how rudderless our leadership has seemed, I think this begs the question of how much were they entirely running this? And does this seem like the way that a policy would be run if it were run by career national security folks like Sullivan, Brett McGurk, and Amos Hochstein? Because to me, that's what it looks like.
I definitely agree with you that this was coming from people like Brett McGurk, Jake Sullivan, other people at the National Security Council, rather than from the State Department. That's not to say that Antony Blinken was not a willing participant. I just don't think he was in the driver's seat. And really to commend Brett Murphy at ProPublica, who's been doing amazing reporting on all of this. I think that this just does indicate the way that the State Department has been marginalized for a long time. There were a lot of other people at the State Department who were trying to speak out against this, who were doing what they could within their limited channels to try to achieve a change. And I mean, this was coming directly from the top. So this was a big part of why I left, this question of, well, shouldn't you stay on the inside and do what you can on the inside? You couldn't change anything on the inside unless you were in the position of someone like Brett McGurk or Jake Sullivan. At the same time, I don't want to take away Biden's responsibility. Clearly, he is a committed Zionist and was fine with all of this. But I agree with you that it was he had expressed his preferences and then let his close advisors really drive what was happening moving forward. But I do think he was fully in support of it. I think another really important thing to keep in mind as we transition to the Trump administration, I mean, as people have said, I mean, Trump is not going to be better for Palestine. And in many ways, when people have said, how could it get worse? It could get worse, especially with the annexation of the West Bank. This is something that came up when I was in Jordan. Jordanians are very concerned about this. I think another really scary thing that Trump may have promised to Netanyahu and possibly the Saudis is some kind of security guarantee for Saudi Arabia in exchange for Israeli normalization, which
Right, sure. I mean, but this is all speculation, unfortunately, right? We don't actually have any clarity on what it is Donald Trump did, if anything, promise to Benjamin Netanyahu. We can guess. We can definitely guess all over the place, because especially with his record that already exists in terms of giving, giving Jerusalem to the Israelis as, claiming it's the capital, all this stuff that they wanted for a long time. I just wish I had actual clarity on the details of any of this.
Require the United States military to fight to defend Saudi Arabia, which would be an incredibly foolhardy policy to undertake, especially because of the moral hazard that would create for Saudi Arabia. So the same way that we've seen this unconditional support for Israel generating this incredibly aggressive foreign policy with Israel invading Lebanon, continually violating that so-called ceasefire, invading Syria, destroying their military, possibly prepared to take military action against Jordan if and when they annex the West Bank. And so we could see we could see Saudi Arabia behaving very similarly in terms of if they have this sort of unconditional military support from the United States. We saw what MBS did before with his invasion of Yemen. It's my hope is maybe he's matured a bit and has learned, but I do think that he would be very likely to behave quite similarly to Israel if he was given this same sort of open-ended American military support for whatever he chose to do.
And the value of this from the perspective of, I mean, honestly, of Saudi Arabia, it's very little in terms of like what they would have to do for a trade-off. They already do business with the Israelis. They just don't do it formally because of how hated the United States and Israel is in the region. So they basically just formalize what they're already doing, and then they could get military and security guarantees from the United States, as you say, in the same way that we've entangled ourselves with Israel. It's astounding. But this was the trajectory that was set off by Trump with the Abraham Accords, continued by Biden. I mean, we mentioned Brett McGurk here. McGurk's role was, he was kept on by Biden. Right. He was in the Trump administration. Like, if you could just talk about the destabilizing force of this, the destabilizing effects of now across potentially 3 different 4-year terms of American presidencies, pursuing this normalization deal and potentially offering weapons and security guarantees for Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. I mean, I think that while there are some ways that Biden and Trump will be different, unfortunately, on foreign policy, they're likely to be very similar, including the hawkishness towards China, hawkishness towards Iran. I worry that things may be worse under Trump, given his selection of personnel for his cabinet and other appointments. So my concern there is that this extends far beyond just the Middle East. But absolutely, that this same sort of this notion that it is in America's interest for Israel to have normalized relations with its Arab neighbors in order.
Okay, now I'm just gonna move us along here, because I want to talk about the reasons why I think potentially Israel or has agreed to the ceasefire, why Benjamin Netanyahu in specific has finally, allowed this to happen. Whether or not it's actually going to go through, technically, we will see. Because technically it's supposed to be starting right now. Already should have started, I believe, as the morning of January 19th at midnight is the deadline of the beginning of the ceasefire. And of course, Anel may very well be correct about this, and I'm not trying to second guess, but since it's all speculation, right? There is no clarity on what, if anything, Trump promised to Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to discuss some of the stuff that led up to this ceasefire agreement, right? 5 days ago, Associated Press posted these 2 videos. Let's start here. Fuck, come on. Don't be a dick.
I'm at an event in Tel Aviv that is being put on by soldiers who say that they are refusing to continue to fight in Gaza. The soldiers said that they do not agree with the way that this war is being fought. Some of them have been inside of Gaza, say that they don't agree with what they had to do or what they saw.
Soldiers in the field have a lot of freedom of act. They can do pretty much whatever they want and they won't be accountable.
As a therapist, I see the suffering of both sides, and especially the suffering of Israeli soldiers and civilians that experiencing trauma after trauma after trauma with no end near.
Some people say that there were too many strikes on too many innocent civilians. Now, while some people say that this is just a drop in the bucket and that this movement is fairly insignificant, the soldiers say that they're hoping this movement is going to put pressure on the government to have a ceasefire.
All right, this is the other one that got posted.
יש את אלה שלא רוצים לקום באמצע הלילה לחלץ רכב, יש את אלה שלא רוצים לחלץ לפלוגה הזאת כי
For me, actually, my hesitations regarding what should be done started just a few days after October 7th. I think it seemed clear to me that the war and the military operation was not the way to return the hostages. It seemed to me like a simple and delusional idea. How do we allow ourselves to bombard Gaza and kill Palestinians in such quantities? This is terrible in itself. But the thing that surprised me, I did not expect Israel to have special mercy for the Palestinians. Israel is not known for such mercy, but I didn't think that we would endanger the hostages like that. I thought that the war would end in a very simple way, that the deal would be signed very quickly. And very quickly I was deceived.
Soldiers who served during this war signed a letter saying we're not gonna play along with this game anymore. Enough is enough. Enough manipulation, political manipulation of this war. We're not going to be pawns in your war anymore, and we're raising our voice. We appreciate soldiers. We appreciate the IDF. We do not appreciate a government who uses the IDF as a chessboard for their political game.
So yeah, those were all soldiers that you just heard speaking. All soldiers who signed on to a petition saying that they would not fight in this war. They refused to fight. And sure, it wasn't a huge list. It was a few hundred people that signed on. And so you could say, hey, the IDF is pretty fucking big. And that's not a lot of people. But here's the thing, right? It might only be a few hundred people signing on to this petition. But Israel has been struggling with this, right? Like if they didn't need more soldiers, right? If they didn't need the entirety of this group to be on board, right? Then why were they brutalizing Orthodox Jews in the streets, right? Like, because if you recall correctly, like if you go back over the last year, how many videos did we see of Israeli police attacking Orthodox Jews in the street for their objections, right? Because the Knesset, was trying to pass a law to force them to join because they needed more troops. So if you have hundreds of troops going around holding these sorts of seminars to bring other people from the IDF on board, in my opinion, there's at least some pressure from this that was created. I don't know exactly how much, but I do think this had to have something to do with it. I could be completely wrong. We just don't have the details yet. And I think that this particular story, in my opinion, has to have some weight, especially before we get all the details. In my opinion, we can't just rush to giving Donald Trump fucking credit for any of this until I hear specifics. I'm not going to do it. I just refuse. And it's just the math ain't quite mathin'. And sure, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe Donald Trump promised the world to Benjamin Netanyahu. But in my opinion, you have a bunch of IDF soldiers defecting. You have people, I mean, how many people did we see in the streets protesting to try and get the hostages back over the last year? I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu is wildly unpopular as they lose, you know, and as the sort of temperature of all this within the country internally, I think it's been turned up by stuff like this. And I don't know to what degree it is the reason for the ceasefire deal happening. But if you have soldiers who are unwilling to fight, you can't go sending them into Gaza, right? And that's all I'm trying to say. Now let's take a look at what Israel's been up to. Because we already talked about one series of bombing which happened since the ceasefire was announced, that killed at least 70 people. And then another one happened, and another one. This is from Channel 4 from 13 hours ago. Israel bombs Gaza hours before the ceasefire begins.
At 6:30 GMT tomorrow, the killing in Gaza is due at last to stop. But it seems not much before then, if at all. Israel's military said it struck more than 50 what it called terror targets on Friday. In the early hours of this morning, a couple and their 3 sons, aged 2, 4 and 7, killed as they slept in their tent in the so-called humanitarian zone in the south of the Strip.
She's died with her husband and children. What's this truce that kills us hours before it begins? May God have mercy on her.
Illegal. After 15 months, there's grief everywhere in Gaza. But as the hours tick down to Sunday morning, there's also some hope.
The people are tired. We're tired from displacement, from illness, from starvation, from fatigue. We call upon God that this is the last day and that there won't be violations from the resistance or Israeli forces.
As well as an end to the bombing, the ceasefire promises a dramatic increase in aid to 600 lorries a day. Preparations complete on the Egyptian side of Gaza's southern border. Egypt's health minister saying hundreds of hospital beds are ready for medical transfers out of the Strip. The clock in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, a reminder that this war is not yet over. Another one piercing the quiet, air raid sirens sounding across the city. Israel's military saying it intercepted missiles fired by Houthi forces from Yemen.
Yeah, it's stuff like this, right? Like, this is what is going on in Israel, right? People are scared. They have literally billboards up counting the seconds, minutes, hours, and days in which hostages have not been returned. You know, that's all, yeah.
Piercing the quiet, air raid sirens sounding across the city. Israel's military saying it intercepted missiles fired by Houthi forces from Yemen. Polls in Israel suggest a comfortable majority in favor of at least the first 6-week phase of the ceasefire, which would bring home 33 Israeli hostages in return for more than 700 Palestinian prisoners and more than 1,000 Palestinians detained during the war in Gaza.
I don't think it's a good deal, but I think we need to bring what we can.
The hostages are coming back home. We are waiting for them a long time, too much time.
Israel's Prime Minister got approval for the deal, first from his security cabinet, then at a marathon late-night session of his full cabinet. But his far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has promised to resign and take his Jewish Power Party out of the coalition. The Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, says he will quit if the war isn't resumed in 6 weeks' time. The text of the deal instead requires Israeli troops to withdraw fully from Gaza during Phase 2, including from the Egyptian border, where Benjamin Netanyahu has long insisted on their continued presence. As for Gaza's governance and reconstruction, the West Bank-based Palestinian Authority is now saying it has a 100-day plan to assume full responsibility for Gaza's civil administration, one that doesn't mention Hamas.
Ooh. It should be interesting if there's a unified Gaza and West Bank government. If the Palestinian Authority takes governmental control over Gaza, that is sort of That is something that Israel has been trying to stop for decades now. Because the unified Palestinian government would certainly have a lot more authority, a lot more sort of like ability to pressure Israel and other things like that. And it also creates a very complicated situation because it would also mean, you know, to some degree, there would be a government that would want to be able to travel back and forth between West Bank and Gaza, something that Israel basically controls all of course, the movement of people in between those two places. It really complicates things for Israel. If you didn't hear this, well, this came out at the exact same time, hours before the ceasefire agreement was supposed to take hold. Benjamin Netanyahu came out to say this.
Benjamin Netanyahu now, Israeli Prime Minister, who is speaking. Let's listen in.
We have shown the bravery of our soldiers, and this is what is leading us in order to achieve all the goals and objectives of the war that we have set since the beginning, including the release of all the captives and also to eliminate all the military and political power of Hamas, and also to guarantee that Gaza will never be a threat for our state. In this war, we are clarifying to our enemies, but also to the whole world, that when the Israeli people are united, there is no power that can break them. And I am honored to be the Prime Minister of this great people and this great nation. And I'm happy to say that I was the leader of this nation during those challenging moments. The cabinet has approved the agreement in order to release the captives, and we will never stop exerting all the efforts to make this a reality. And this mission is a sacred mission for us and is accompanying me during my whole life.
What the fuck does that mean?
My service in the military, and also during my service in the cabinet, and during my interactions with the different leaders. My spouse and myself, we pray and we are working so that all the captives could be released. I think about them all the time. My spouse, Sarah, is also investing and capitalizing all her thoughts and also all her prayers all the time for all those captives, wherever she is, inside the country or abroad. And I know that this is the source of concern of all the Israeli families. And I promise you here that we will implement and achieve all the goals of the war and also free all the captives. Up until now, we have been able to release more than 157 and 117 were alive. And within the framework of the new agreement, we will release 33 new hostages. Most of them are probably alive. This is the fruit of our soldiers in the battlefield, but also this is also the effort, the result of our efforts. We were able to stand fast, and we didn't change our position. This agreement is also the result of the coordination with the administration of Biden, but also the new administration of Trump. And when Trump was elected, he was mobilized and he started working, and also he talked to me yesterday and blessed this agreement, and he honestly said that the first phase of the...
So Donald Trump just called Benjamin Netanyahu to tell him great agreement. It doesn't sound like, I mean, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, there was zero pressure from Trump. Now, of course, Benjamin could be lying, but I'm going to take this one at face value. Donald Trump didn't do shit. Okay? All he did was call Benjamin Netanyahu and say, great job. Okay.
Agreement is only a temporary ceasefire. That's why he said it's a temporary ceasefire as we prepare for the next phases. And as we are preparing for those phases, we have everything that we need and all the elements in order to release the remaining captives and to achieve the different goals of the war. Biden and also President Biden and President Trump have shown their full support to our war. And if Israel would find that the second phase of the agreement cannot be implemented, they said that they could understand this. And Trump said that he will release and remove all obstacles so that Israel can have all the weapons that it needs. And if we need to start or resume the war again, we will do that, and we will do it stronger than ever. During the negotiations, I have set a few priorities, including that we need to keep our options so that we can go back to war if possible. And if needed, Hamas said that for months that we need...
What just happened?
They also tried to stipulate several agreements or several conditions, and I rejected most of their conditions. I insisted on keeping the right to go back to war if needed with the support of the United States. And every official and each official in the U.S. administration have seen and said that is Hamas that is always trying to sabotage the negotiations. The second condition was to increase the number of captives who will be released in the first phase. And I'm happy and delighted to announce here that Israel was able to do so. And unlike the stance of Hamas, today we were able to double the number of the hostages alive who will be released during the first phase. The third principle that I insisted on is to keep the Philadelphia axis and also the buffer zone. When I talk about this, I mean by this that we will increase the number of our military presence there. And like what is being said, we have promised, and we have also made sure that we will keep the buffer zone that is surrounding the Gaza Strip. So our military forces will be spread out and will close all the strip, and we will not allow the arrival of any new weapons. We have decided also that all the prisoners whose hands are completely stained with blood will not be released. We will also increase the number of our militaries in the West Bank as well, so that we can defend our citizens there. So what has led to
this doesn't sound like a ceasefire at all.
Hamas? First, it was the hard attacks that they were subjected to thanks to the strength of our military soldiers. And second, we were being able to hit and to target our enemy in 7 different targets, and we were able to kill Haniyeh and also Sinwar and also Hezbollah's leader, and we were able to destroy also the forces, the weapons of the Syrian forces, and we were able to attack all those, which means the axis of Iran, and we continue to do so. We have the upper hand, and as I said, we have changed the face and the reality of the Middle East.
Yeah,
as a
you've
result,
bombed it all.
Hamas is now isolated completely. And this is what has led to the change in stance of Hamas. And this is why Hamas agreed to release the hostages. And that's why they are agreeing to what they did not accept to agree to in the past. The war, the sacred war that we are leading.
Sacred war.
Cost us,
otherwise known as a genocide.
Has a high cost. However, those are decisions that took into consideration all the security elements, and unfortunately I cannot talk at length about all the decisions that we've made. But what I can say is that on October 7 we faced a grave attack, but we were able to retaliate and to cause damage to our enemy. All our friends and all the world was impressed by our achievements.
Wow.
Dear
Really?
Israelis, I see with a high morale all the bravery and all the courage that you have shown. And I would like to thank you for the support and for the solidarity and the trust that you placed in me and my colleagues and my friends during those decisive days. I see the elite of our military and our soldiers, women and men, also in the law order and in the police, and also in the civil defense and the medical staff and all the volunteers. Our whole nation participated in this war. And here we would like also to thank all and show our gratitude to all those who pay a high price, especially the families who lost their beloved family members. We are also supporting all those who were hurt, either mentally or physically or emotionally. Also, we are also standing by all those who had to leave their homes in the north, and we are here committed to facilitate the return of those people to their homes. I would like to say that the war did not end yet. There is still a long road before us. This is time for unity. This is what our people are expecting from us. We are victorious because of our solidarity and because our soul is the soul of the people, people who do not surrender to those who would like to kill us. With the grace of God, we will win, we will be victorious, and we will also secure our future, because there will be a judgment day, but there's also hope.
Now, if you didn't catch it in there, I was just trying to listen to everything he said myself. But in there, he basically just said the ceasefire is not even happening. You didn't quite catch it, perhaps. And I actually missed the spot where he was saying it. I remember hearing it the first time I listened to this. But it's also in the fucking title. But essentially, Benjamin Netanyahu, during that long diatribe, a 10-minute fucking speech he just gave, he not only said that Donald Trump basically had nothing to do with the ceasefire deal, he just called him to tell him great job. He also said that Israel's not going forward with the ceasefire agreement until they get a hostage list. So not only did Donald Trump not do the ceasefire, I don't even know if the ceasefire is happening. It doesn't sound like it is. This is a view of Khan Yunis right now. This is a live feed from AP. And this is the view of the skyline of Gaza from Israel, I believe. Alright, well, things look peaceful for now in Israel and in Gaza, but it doesn't sound like the ceasefire is actually in place yet, even though we've been told it is. Still apparently waiting for some, amorphous shit to happen. Ever-shifting goalposts of the fucking ceasefire arrangements in this situation. The last year and a half, it's gotten to be way too much for me. I'm like literally just so sick of having to talk about ceasefires that aren't actually happening. Let's talk about another place where there's no ceasefire happening right now, and that's Ukraine. and Russia. This is the AP from a day ago showing releases from Russia's military fighting in Donetsk.
Вон, пошел, давай.
What just happened?
Он в блиндаж зашел, аккуратно, справа, слева отходи. Давай. Давай, защищай, пошел.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Сколько? Трое.
Well, Russia's not only killing Ukrainian soldiers in the trenches, they're also killing civilians in Kyiv. Yeah, sorry I didn't give you a warning for that one. There's more footage of this strike on Kyiv. Here's global news from 11 hours ago.
Russian missile and drone strikes have killed at least 4 people in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Officials say the strikes took place on Saturday in the city's central district. The Ukrainian military claims it repelled the attack, destroying dozens of Russian missiles and drones. In Zaporizhia, a Russian missile attack left 10 people wounded and damaged a church.
Our friend's apartment got broken. I don't know what they're going to do considering that it's winter. What can you say? The Russians are inhuman beasts. What do people do without shelter in the cold? What else can I say? The missile attack took place around 6 in the morning. We have a man that guards the church. Thank God he is not hurt. Exactly, Bovine. Everyone's trying to make it seem like the ceasefire is actually happening and rushing to give Donald Trump credit for it. Meanwhile, BB's come out with a new list of reasons. It's the exact playbook we've been going through for the last year and a half. America says there's a ceasefire. Everybody else says there's a ceasefire. And then Israel says, actually, we have to push the goalpost a little bit more. Because, reasons. Alright, let's go to Asia. Most specifically, China. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. China growth beats forecasts, but Trump tariffs loom.
immediately, if not sooner.
Exports helped China's economy end the year better than expected. Data out Friday showed the world's second largest economy grew 5% over the year, meeting the government's target and just ahead of forecasts. In the fourth quarter alone, it grew even faster, easily beating expectations. But Donald Trump is casting a shadow before he even takes office. Experts say some of the export gains may have been driven by overseas customers stocking up before he imposes new tariffs. With goods already secured, that could mean a corresponding drop in demand over coming months. Beijing policymakers will be keeping a close eye on the new US administration too. They've promised to do more stimulus measures to help the economy this year, but the size and scope of any moves may depend on exactly what Trump does on tariffs.
We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
During his election campaign, he threatened to impose levies in excess of 60% on Chinese goods.
I heard over 100% at one point.
Friday's data do suggest that existing stimulus measures are having some effect, even on the beleaguered property market. Though real estate investment fell again last year, December saw new home prices steady for the first time since mid-2023.
What was what? I have no idea what you're all asking me right now. Everybody's asking what was that. I don't know what you're referring to. What was what?
Retail sales also rose last month, as consumers got ready for January's Lunar New Year holidays. Even so, economists say sustained stimulus will be needed, as China battles headwinds including local government debt and weak consumer demand, as well as the property slump. Demographics don't help either. New figures Friday showed the country's population falling for a third year, down by well over 1 million. That means fewer workers to support the swelling number of older folk, and an even greater strain on already indebted local authorities.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about TikTok. As of I think now, unless are they waiting till 5 in the morning? I don't know. But you will not be able to download the TikTok app, I believe, very shortly. I've even heard people saying that the TikTok is already down. I don't think that that's true. But maybe, I don't know, I haven't checked it. But I do know that the downloading of TikTok after whatever it is, midnight tonight, I don't know if they're going by Hawaii time or what. I feel like a lot of companies do that sort of thing. So maybe it will start at that, you know, at that point. But essentially, your access to TikTok will be limited until, you know, to the currently existing version of TikTok, and eventually that access will probably go away unless something changes. Oh, you meant Trump's the Trump mouth photo? I mean, dude, he's always doing weird shit with his mouth, right? He's always doing weird stuff, literally all the time. I don't have explanations for everything Trump does. I wish I did. You've seen screenshots that people can't access TikTok at all right now? Oh shit. Okay.
Welcome to Chinese social media, says Paul Ashton, an American influencer in China who is no stranger to RedNote, the social media platform known in China as Xiaohongshu. This week, a person close to the platform told Reuters more than 500,000 American users piled into the platform in protest of an imminent ban on TikTok. Ashton is based in Shanghai, but online he goes by Bao Bao Xiong, literally hug hug bear, and his videos have billions of views. He was excited to see the surge of so-called TikTok refugees as a foreigner in China and Red Note veteran.
I have loved seeing the enthusiasm and the joy at which I've seen a lot of Chinese netizens engaging with people that are English speakers. Like, one of my favorite memes I've seen so far is just like, "Hello Americans, show us your cats." Like, if there's one thing that binds the internet, it's that we all love cat pictures, you know?
While China has for years tightly controlled its cyberspace through its Great Firewall, and Chinese social media platforms have in the past run separate domestic and abroad versions of their apps, Red Note is unique as it only maintains one version of its app, and it gives both Chinese and American users a rare opportunity to interact directly with each other.
I'm not sure how many of the new users will actually stick around and hang out, but I hope that they do, because I think that that would be a really important shift in cultural exchange that the first time in a long time puts the ball in China's court a little bit more, but then even more specifically puts the ball in the hands of Chinese people in China.
In China, Red Note as a platform is popular for finding recommendations for beauty, travel, or food. On Wednesday, many of its users posted selfies and messages welcoming new American users. Though Beijing-based academic Liu Xinliang, who studies the digital economy, says Red Note was caught unprepared.
It's an accident, but since it is an accident, it is actually good for them, and there also may be certain risks. If they want to catch this wave of prosperity, I think they may have to do at least a few things. The first thing is to make your interface and UI more friendly. It's the first time that a large number of people have had such a large-scale exchange, and the exchanges between the two sides are relaxed and enthusiastic. From what I've seen, they were all learning about each other's living habits, local conditions, and customs.
There were also signs that some new foreign users were testing the platform's censorship limits, with some posting on social media network X that they were unable to post about topics known to be sensitive in China, such as the 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown.
Yeah.
But for now, China's welcoming the migration of TikTokers to Red Note with open arms. Chinese state media CCTV ran reports saying that TikTok users had found a new home. And China's foreign ministry spokesperson said on Wednesday the use of social media is a personal choice.
Well, I mean, that's all, very exciting and sort of hilarious, of course. This sort of shift that has happened that I think almost nobody was predicting. But there is going to be something of potentially of a hiccup in all of this cultural exchange happening on Red Note right now. Because unfortunately for American users who are fleeing TikTok for Red Note, the CCP may step in on this one, I'm afraid. There's already been talks of essentially the CCP forcing Red Note to create a second version of Red Note to which would basically, what's the word? Weed out certain IPs. So if your IP says that you are in America, you may no longer get access to Red Note. Let's talk about some of that and more stuff. Is this the one? Maybe it's the next one. I can't remember. Whatever. Let's just keep talking about this.
To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, it's the internet, or at least some of it, in mourning, so to speak, ahead of a potential TikTok ban in the United States, which is, by the way, as we talked about earlier in the show, still very much up in the air right now. But others are in a different stage of grief, the acceptance stage, with a whole bunch of Americans moving on. What does that mean? Moving on to what? Well, not Instagram, not X, but a different Chinese social media app, Red Note. And that turn of events means that U.S. and Chinese users are on the same platform. Here's Janice Mackey-Frayer.
Hey, all my new Chinese friends out there.
They're showing up in online droves.
Hello, Red Note. Oh my gosh, TikTok refugee here.
TikTok users looking for a new home and finding it here.
This might be better than TikTok.
On Xiaohongshu, or Little Red Book, the English name shortened to Red Note. It's become the most downloaded app in the U.S. Apple Store, with over 700,000 new users in the past week alone.
Ni hao. Did I do it? Did I get it right?
Part Chinese Instagram, part search engine, Xiaohongshu is one of China's most popular platforms.
I'm Becca, and I'm introducing myself as a lifestyle vlogger.
Becca Wong is a lifestyle vlogger.
Okay, I'm introducing you to the New Year's gift box.
She uses her account, Who's Becca, to create product reviews.
It's more elegant compared to Chinese version of TikTok.
Critics argue the law pushing TikTok toward extinction goes against free speech. The Supreme Court will have its say on that.
This morning, I opened up my little red book, and what the hell is going on?
For now, the Americans pivoting east has veteran users of the app leaning in.
You better learn yourself a little bit Chinese.
Memes of a terracotta warrior embracing Lady Liberty. Comments ranging from jokes about spies to offers of help with homework. Just don't forget to pay the cat tax. That asks.
Yes, you must pay the cat tax, indeed. But this is hilarious. Oh my god. That is one of the best uses of what I assume was AI that I've ever seen. Doesn't change my opinion on it, but still.
Lady Liberty. Comments ranging from jokes about spies to offers of help with homework. Just don't forget to pay the cat tax. That asks American users to introduce their cats.
I think this is a great moment for like a little bonding to happen.
This unexpected U.S.-China connection creating what some are daring to call a kind of digital diplomacy.
The vast majority of people in the Chinese mainland have never even talked to a foreigner. It really seems like a surreal moment.
Thank you, my Red Note brothers and sisters.
The migration is also, for some Americans, an act of protest, at least for Diego Abane from Pasadena.
I don't know what's going to happen to TikTok.
Who, like others, joined Xiaohongshu after hearing on TikTok about other options.
They're just all joining on this app instead of going to any like meta app like Instagram or like X or things like that, just to not support them and saying that it's not really the app that's the problem.
What sort of comments are you getting?
Literally anything from cat pictures to people just saying nice video.
All the new English language content, though, has censors on overdrive here. According to online job boards, they're hiring reviewers. Sensitive issues, and there are many here, are routinely blocked.
If you don't want to play by the rules, you can never post it out.
Already there's talk on the app that foreign accounts might be limited. The company that owns it has declined to comment.
Americans would literally rather learn Mandarin than use Instagram.
That Chinese state media coverage.
It's true. And Mandarin is arguably one of the hardest languages on the planet to learn. 50,000 characters. Okay, unlike English, where we have letters that make words. Each character in Chinese is a different word. You combine them, it makes a different word sometimes. Is the 50,000 at least characters in Chinese language that people have to learn to be able to speak it, read it. It's a real undertaking. But hey,
TikTok refugees.
You know, you got to do whatever you can to avoid having to scroll through an Instagram reel.
Positive signals the government here may not crack down yet. Even the main Communist Party newspaper sounds delighted with the interaction.
People are really seeing this as a historic moment in cultural communications, and they're trying to remember it, that we can be friends.
Not all Chinese users are thrilled with Americans piling into their online community. The honeymoon may not last, but for now, it seems everyone is talking. Janice Mackey from...
Okay. Now, one thing that TikTok users, as they transition over to Red Note, are being asked for is cat pictures. Chinese users asking Americans, Show us what you got. Show us the cats. And that reminded me of this.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. I like what you got. Good job. Show me what you got.
Okay. I just wanted to throw that reference in there for fun, for a giggle. All right, let's go here to the Humanist Report. Talk a little bit more about this cultural exchange going on.
Chinese people are touched by the story of Luigi. It seems America's health system is becoming a tool for those giant companies to stripping American people down.
Well, it turns out that banning TikTok didn't stop the supposed Chinese influence that Congress was so worried about, because ahead of the looming TikTok ban, TikTokers decided to migrate over to RedNote, which is an actual Chinese social media app, and the result has been pretty interesting, to say the least. So Americans are learning that Chinese people who they were taught to hate are actually pretty cool. They're welcoming, they're funny and sassy and interesting and horny just like they are. And it led to a lot of interesting conversations and discoveries by both sides about the other's culture. And I've got to say, it is incredibly beautiful and wholesome to see American and Chinese people talk to each other for the very first time. Because at the end of the day, we are all human beings. We don't have to hate each other because of arbitrary borders that were created before any of us were even born. We're all the same and our destinies are linked. So it's important to have these conversations. It's important for propagandized Americans to learn that they actually have more in common with people around the world than they probably thought. Having said that, there is unfortunately a real downside to Americans effectively hijacking a Chinese social media app, and I think it's important to discuss the implications of that as well, which we will do in this video. But I do want to first talk about a discovery that Chinese people recently made about Americans, and it's about our healthcare system, as you could have guessed. Now, one Chinese user on RedNote in particular, named Jian, was especially stunned after comparing medical bills with Americans.
Some of you share your medical bill, and the cost of ambulance shocked me, man. Look at this, $9,000.
Yep.
Ambulance and the insulin. That's like 3 months of income for an average American.
It is.
And this, $900, just for an appointment and painkillers.
It's more than 3 months for this one, StreamLord.
And this, in China, we never worry about the ambulance charges. Today, I will show you how much the ambulance costs in Shanghai, which is the most expensive city in China. Let's look at this table I made by using the official data. You guys can take a screenshot for later review. This is why some Chinese followers commented yesterday, it only costs around $50 in China for ambulance services, you know. Those politicians should have taken care of your people first. At the end, salute to Luigi. In China, the government bears large shares of the medical expenses for us, and we only need to pay around like $100 per month. But you guys are paying like giant part of your monthly income. Thinking like, what? I can't even imagine how anxious you guys are when you get sick. And that's not right. You should have to feel safe and secure when you are the most vulnerable. And that's the basic human needs and the basic responsibility for those healthcare insurance companies to bear. As human beings, I really feel for you guys.
Now, Jian in particular wasn't the only one interested in American healthcare. In fact, there were plenty of examples of Chinese users asking Americans if it's really as bad as they were told. As this TikToker says, someone in the comments of RedNote asked me if we really had to pay for an ambulance in America or if that was just their government's propaganda. And that comment is so hilarious and telling to me because that person was so shocked by that fact that they literally questioned whether or not it was a lie by their government to make Americans look bad. But it's not Chinese propaganda, my friend. It's 100% true. Now, you heard Gian drop some references to Luigi Mangione at the beginning of this video, but I can assure you, he is not an outlier, because as Newsweek reports, Luigi Mangione is a hit on Red Note, and they add, entering the first name, Luigi, on the app reveals hundreds of posts of fan edits, cosplay, viral tributes, and even makeup tutorials dedicated to the alleged killer, who some view as a vigilante folk hero. Mangione has entered a not guilty plea to all charges. Now, to demonstrate their point, as you can see, one user created a comprehensive makeup tutorial to replicate Luigi's mugshot. They've created art of Luigi Mangione, and one Chinese user even created latte art of Luigi Mangione, which is genuinely impressive. But they got excited, as you can see by the comment, when they realized that a bunch of Americans found their art and liked it. Now, there's this cartoon someone shared comparing Luigi to Batman, and there's even a phone case somebody got made of Luigi Mangione's perp walk. I mean, that's further evidence that the perp walk did not go the way that they had planned. So Americans are finding out that a lot of English-speaking Chinese users on Red Note are actually pretty interested in American culture, and they care about the issues that affect us, like healthcare is one example.
How could that be? We've been told Chinese people hate us.
Some Americans are
all of
to
them.
learn to say certain phrases.
Of course, you know, it's just a convenient thing for the government to use to sort of catalyze their own foreign policies.
In Mandarin on Red Note, and then you have Chinese people who don't already speak English trying to learn certain phrases to communicate with Americans in English. And what's happening feels really significant, and some American TikTokers, they feel that. So they went back to TikTok to share their reactions after being on Red Note for a little bit. And what's obvious is that this kind of started out as a rebellious ploy by TikTokers to antagonize the US government for banning TikTok, but it morphed into something much more wholesome and substantial. And I want to play a quick compilation to show you what I mean.
Ooh, she's got to work on the pronunciations, but she's doing pretty good.
Americans to realize that they live in the bad place and that China pities them. People on Red Note being like, "Oh, you guys can't afford groceries? That's insane. Oh my God, your MRI was $1,200. It shouldn't be that way, you guys. You guys are humans. You deserve rights." And Americans being like, "They got a point. What the fuck?" Like, it's actually insane that the American government pushed Americans into the hands of seeing that, oh my goodness, China. These people are nice and welcoming, more welcoming than the U.S. government.
It's awkward.
Backfire. Like, it's actually, you couldn't write this. You couldn't make this shit up. The most hilarious way to push Americans into the hands of, like, the great superpower that you're so afraid of is for them to just look at the people being nice to them and being like, "Oh, you guys deserve health care. You're humans. You should be able to afford groceries. Look at this grocery haul. We can actually afford food. This is what it's like to afford food. This is what it's like to afford food."
Oh, God.
I feel bad for you guys over
Yeah,
there. Like,
that's
it's
rough.
insane.
That is rough.
Pity, the main emotion to the people who've already been on Red Note being like, "Hi, TikTok refugees. I'm so sorry you live there."
Sucks to be an American.
This is a historic moment that does not happen often. The citizens of two rivaling countries are coming together in solidarity and sharing culture with each other. This is a beautiful moment in human history. And unlike all of the historical events we as millennials and Gen Z have lived through, this one is actually a good one.
And this is really significant. Americans have a particular perception of Chinese people that was fed to us through Western media and government propaganda, and it's created assumptions and expectations about what Chinese people were like in our heads from such a young age, right? But interacting with them shatters all of those preconceived notions. You know, when you go to Red Note, you're immediately greeted by Chinese people who are incredibly welcoming and kind, not to mention some of them are super funny. And just seeing fellow humans treat you with respect, that radicalizes you in a way no propaganda ever could. And hundreds of thousands of Americans are now having this eye-opening experience. And I think that it's important, and it should inspire more people to challenge themselves and talk to others, not just online, but in real life. And I'm kind of having to challenge myself to do the same as well, because we've all kind of become really isolated since COVID. And for a lot of us, our only engagement with other human beings is through negative interactions on Twitter. And that's just not healthy, right? It kind of sours our perception of humans in general and makes us almost misanthropic. So it's nice to see that this has been a learning experience for so many Americans. And I'm glad that they are feeling good about this. But with that being said, as I alluded to earlier, there is a downside to Americans flooding a Chinese social media app. And I say this because they may have inadvertently catalyzed changes to the app that will ultimately shut Chinese Americans off from their own Chinese culture. And this TikTok user explains what's happening and how it affects her.
Vendetta or Xiaohongshu just released an update in the Greater China region with a function to separate out foreign IPs. And there are now talks of moving all foreign IPs to a separate server and having a different IP for those who are in the Greater China area. I know through VPNs and other...
Yeah, but VPNs cost money, you know? At least my understanding. I don't think there's any free VPNs out there right now.
Other ways people are still able to access the app, but essentially this is going to kill the app for Chinese Americans who actually uses the app to connect with the Chinese content, Chinese language, Chinese culture. It's a way for me to feel...
Oh, this is rough.
All of this just because we wanted to say fuck you to the US government. I get it, but I just wish it wasn't at the cost of others. That's all I have to say about that.
And that is genuinely heartbreaking because as a Chinese American who used Red Note to stay in touch with Chinese people and Chinese culture, she may lose that as a result of this mass migration from TikTok. And obviously, nobody intended for this to happen, and it doesn't take away from all of the positives that came out of this, but it's still a really great cost to pay if you're a Chinese person living outside of China, and this was one of the only social media apps that you used, and it was a link to Chinese culture. And to be clear, I don't think that this is a plot by the app to cut off communications between both cultures, because basically, as I understand it, everyone was in one big feed in the same server before TikTok users joined, but now that there's so much foreigners, they've created different servers because, like all social media companies, they're trying to tailor content to individual users and thus assume Americans and Canadians and Europeans are going to want to see different things on their feed than Chinese users. So there has to be some way.
It's almost like the Chinese government and the U.S. government both are in sort of in agreement that neither government wants their people to be talking to each other. You know, that seems to be where we're at right now. At least that's what I'm starting to get out of this. They were like, it's a little too much cultural exchange, actually.
To break these cultural barriers and talk to other people around the world without severing connections between immigrants and their communities. So that's something that I feel like needs to be discussed more in this conversation. And I think that anyone who creates some sort of an app that fulfills this demand that apparently is there, it could be huge. But another question is, how long is this actually going to last? Because the mass migration from TikTok to Red Note is exciting because right now everybody is still in their honeymoon phase. So at some point the novelty might wear off and eventually people might want to go back to a feed more suited for their specific interests. I mean, that's kind of how people get addicted to social media in the first place. And if Red Note isn't able to meet that need, then, you know, long-term people might not necessarily use it. And if users from America do fall off, I hope that it kind of returns back to what it was before Americans joined the app. So that way people...
Yeah, Mike makes a good point. I really wish that this wasn't already happening within... I mean, not even 24 hours of the ban taking place. Speaking of the ban taking place. We're going to get to that in a second here, but let's go to this video from 15 hours ago. Before the deadline, TikTok creators sharing their concerns over the ban of the app.
I'm very upset, sad, angry, many emotions, and it's going to affect me tremendously. I mean, this is my main platform is TikTok. I have other platforms that I monetize, but nothing monetizes quite like TikTok.
If you were born before September 4th, 1998, congratulations. You are older than Google.
I'm staying in it's my sole income. It's literally my sole income. So it's essentially getting fired from your career. So yeah, it's detrimental to me.
I've put a lot of years and effort into this, which is, kind of a bummer that you spend this much time on something and then it's just taken away from you. But primarily it's the effect on my business as a small business. I'm not monetized on TikTok. I have more of a reach when I'm not monetized, but I do get brand deals. And I do reach just so many potential clients for my DJ business. I would say that TikTok is responsible for probably 20% of my income.
Now pay close attention. This is a true one-note challenge.
Okay. Well, that was basically some of the last words of content creators on TikTok before... What's that? Oh, the app, in fact, did go dark, like many had predicted it might. Let's go to that breaking news, which is now flooding social media everywhere. This is from just a few hours ago.
Okay, so TikTok just went dark officially 2 minutes ago. I can't access it. Now at first, I really was disappointed. All that hard work just gone and taken away like that. It makes you think about life from a different perspective. Don't worry, I still got all my customer service skills and I can go clock in at any restaurant, giving any notice, because one thing I'm gonna do is work now. But think of it like this, okay? Don't think of this like a terrible thing, all right? Think of it as if you are fasting from TikTok.
Okay, interesting message. I honestly haven't heard any of these because these were breaking while we were streaming. This happened literally during the stream, everyone. Let's go here.
He left Washington 4 years ago as a political pariah. Today, Donald Trump headed back with family, king-like, for an inauguration and already shaping to solve a wildly unpopular problem.
This is not real. This is not real.
Social media Goliath, TikTok, about to be banned because it refuses to sever links with Chinese owner ByteDance, hits American users with this. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution.
Like 180 million people are all like quitting a drug at the same time. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. What do we do?
Earlier, the Biden White House had called TikTok's threat to go dark a stunt, arguing it could wait 2 days and take up the issue with the new president. Speaking to news organisations today, Donald Trump suggested he would extend TikTok's deadline by 90 days, though that alone won't solve concerns the app feeds data to China's government. The presidential changeover here is now less than 36 hours away. Americans expect, in fact, many fear their new commander-in-chief will change things profoundly. Already one early leak suggests a full throttle start. The incoming border chief has confirmed he'll begin within days arresting and deporting immigrants without documentation, delivering Trump's promised mass deportation.
We're going to start.
Okay, yeah, this isn't TikTok related. Keep this going, please. Thank you. We don't need to talk about Tom Homan right now. We don't got time for that. How tall is Barron Trump?
We begin tonight with breaking news. Time has run out.
I'm pretty sure Barron Trump's like at least he's like 6'8", or like 6'9", I think. He's very tall.
TikTok. The popular social media app is offline tonight after a new law banning it went into effect in the U.S. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Luke Clary. Many users received this message reading, "Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now." Earlier this week, the Supreme Court unanimously upheld a bipartisan law banning TikTok starting Sunday unless the app severs ties with its Chinese parent company, ByteDance. This weekend, President-elect Donald Trump suggesting he's likely to grant TikTok a 90-day extension after the app warned that it could go dark for its 170 million American users. Tonight, we hear from TikTok CEO.
I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available
immediately,
in the United States.
if not
we are
sooner.
grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform.
No word yet on when the app will be restored. For many local creators, the possibility of the app disappearing forever impacts their livelihood, community, and in some cases, their future. ABC 10's Garshpal Sangha spoke with creators in our region about the uncertainty.
It's true. The Supreme Court put the last nail in it last night, I believe, right? It was Saturday, it was Friday night, where they, at least the evening time, where they ruled to uphold the TikTok ban.
Just 2 seconds and
with the phone and a ukulele, Stockton's Raven Fox puts on a musical performance on TikTok.
Music is a language that brings people together that would otherwise hate each other.
Fox demonstrates how music can bridge divides, bringing people together through TikTok performances on the University of Pacific campus.
Taking away to the dark side, I wanna be your left-hand man.
Calling it a lucky break, going from living on the street to building a community of around 80,000 followers.
And the rise from where I was to where I am now, what that's done for me is it's created a lot of opportunities.
Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey.
Now with the threat of TikTok being banned forever, Raven's worried about losing everything he's worked for.
And I'm very disappointed that my music career, frankly, might end here.
They're gonna take away TikTok.
Countless hours of pain, sweat, and tears, forcing content creators to be caught in limbo over the app's uncertain future.
TikTok right now, everyone's posting as if the world is ending. Look at that.
It's true.
Janae Fridge
Ooh, that looks
creates
really good.
food and lifestyle content on TikTok in Sacramento.
Making me so hungry right now. Stop eating that delicious looking food.
It's not just about the content. It's about connections.
It's brought a lot of community opportunities to try new places. Sometimes I'll even get invited to restaurants to find and try their food.
Though she has not earned money from the platform yet, Fridge says the friendships and the
fuck is
experiences
that?
she has gained are invaluable. She remains hopeful the ban won't happen.
There's also so many other crazy things going on in the world right now.
As the debate rages on, Fox and Fringe are bracing for...
I'm struggling to focus because I keep looking at all this delicious food this woman is eating. God damn it, why do you have to distract me with this? I'm trying to do the Galactic news.
Could come next. For both, it has become an irreplaceable part of their lives.
I don't really see myself going to another platform considering I can't really make any income from other platforms like TikTok because there is nothing else like TikTok. Thank you guys so much for joining in.
And many other creators holding on.
Yeesh. I guess we'll just keep going through these. I'll just let them play through because I haven't seen any of these yet.
See what the future holds with President-elect Donald Trump.
Even he's got a TikTok ring. ABC using. I love it. He's got the TikTok rig. Oh, they're shooting the video through the TikTok rig. That's amazing. Well played, ABC. Well played.
Sacramento. Garshpal Sangha, ABC 10.
Now that's
Social media
called
platform
production
TikTok has
value.
gone dark in the U.S. ahead of a ban that takes effect tomorrow. Around 7:30 tonight, users who tried to open the app were told that TikTok isn't available right now. About 20 minutes later, it was apparently taken off Apple and Google's app stores. It's after passage of a bill originally pushed by President-elect Donald Trump during his first administration and then was signed by outgoing President Joe Biden and unanimously upheld by the Supreme Court on Friday. President-elect Trump says he will most likely give TikTok a 90-day extension from a potential ban that's set to take effect tomorrow. Trump told NBC News Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker in a phone interview today he would probably announce it on Monday. We'll be following Trump's inauguration alongside any potential announcements over TikTok.
All right. Oh, okay. This is, I think, is a live stream somebody did. I have no idea who this person is.
Hi, YouTube.
Hello? Who are you?
Oh my goodness. TikTok is officially dark.
Illegal.
Which is just absolutely insane. If you live in the United States and you don't know what's going on, TikTok was officially banned in the United States. And
We should own our own data and social media history. It's true. It's true, A-Golf. We really should own our own data. We could be like the EU and, you know, put in place protections and ownership, as you suggest. We could do all that stuff, but it would actually, you know, it would cost billionaires a lot of money. You know, all these tech companies, you know, they rely on being able to take your data and sell it to someone else. Same thing for Spectrum and Comcast, all those fucks. They want to be able to sell your data too. They don't want China to have access to your data because they want to be the ones selling it. That's too much.
that's too much, man. The app has now gone dark, meaning that you cannot access the app. If you try to access the app, this is what happens. It gives you an alert that says, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the United States. So, this is all very, very sad. The biggest part of all of this that I don't think anyone realized was going to happen is CapCut is now gone. So
what is CapCut?
Editing app that everyone used to edit their videos.
Oh.
Because I did not learn like
Is that a
Premiere
TikTok-based
Pro or any
editing
of those things because
software?
I didn't think I was gonna ever do this for a career. CapCut is gone too. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If I was the one to tell you CapCut is gone too, I'm going to try not to cry. I've cried so many times today, as you saw from
She
my last
actually do
live.
look like you might have done some crying
CapCut is
today.
gone. Yeah, it's owned by
I see
the
what
same
you're talking
company
about. Yeah, it's been a
as,
rough time for everybody on TikTok.
So CapCut is now gone. That's
Wow.
what I used to make my videos as well. It's the easiest
I gotta look up
app.
what CapCut is.
Oh my gosh.
Totally unfamiliar. She's about to cry again, isn't she?
To anyone out there that
Oh,
feels
no, okay, never mind.
not great about this, you're not alone. And
Oh God, CapCut is
We're in
owned by
this together.
ByteDance. Oh man. CapCut is a free all-in-one video editing app and web program created by ByteDance. My God. It's all going away, not just TikTok.
And the great thing is there are unbelievably amazing communities on other apps. I'm still praying that TikTok comes back, but my YouTube community is absolutely amazing. And I hope that you get to meet them.
Jeez, it seems like TikTok creators are really going through it right now. It's kind of hard to watch people just having their entire lives just upended by completely nonsensical legislation. I would have accepted this legislation, honestly, had, you know, if it had the U.S. government ever spent any amount of time trying to deal with data privacy, you know, because it's not like China can't just go buy your data, right? They can absolutely do that if they wanted. So, you know, like, this doesn't really do anything in relation to data security, which was the main thing they all kept talking about. Oh, all American user data is now accessible by the Chinese Communist Party. But this doesn't change that.
Oh my God, you guys.
And instead of just causing people to be really upset.
Why is
Like
everyone being
this.
so serious about this? We've been crying all day today. We have been bawling our eyes out all day today. But I'm going to try to be, you know what? We're gonna lighten the mood. We're gonna be happy. We're gonna be bouncing around. We're fine. Okay, I'm gonna go get a sweater because I'm freezing. Now I'm gonna be a streamer. I decided I'm gonna be like who's the guy that streams?
What's the guy that streams?
Blah, 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 blah.
I think you're thinking of me, GalacticStreamLord. I'm the guy that streams, of course.
The one, what is his name? KSI?
Sanat?
I'm not sure. I'm not in the Boy World, but maybe I can become a streamer now. What do people do?
Welcome.
Kai,
Oh, there you go. You
so
got
he
it.
does that
There,
about
you
streaming.
eventually
What do
got
people
there.
do when they stream? Do they just sit here? Do they chat? Do they talk?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
hey,
exactly.
chat,
Yep.
What's up,
Kinda.
chat? What's up in the queue, chat? What's next?
Yeah, good point. What's that? I should check in with you right now, Chad. How is this going? I feel like I haven't asked you in a little while.
Chat. Kai Sanat, yes. Yes, they took CapCut, y'all. That's where we riot. I'm just kidding. Don't riot. We do everything peacefully and by the books and by
Over
the law.
the editing
But
software?
they took CapCut.
I gotta say,
It
I
is
think
war.
TikTok's probably more important than
If it is
CapCut.
war you want, then it is war you shall get, or whatever that quote is.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I never thought this would happen. I was one of those people that was like, yeah, okay, like it's gonna be banned, whatever. I was wrong. It's gone. It's gone.
It is gone. She's coping. She is doing a little... Look, stages of grief, everybody experiences them differently, okay? Let's not judge her for having a difficult time with this change. This is a, it's a huge change for a lot of people. I mean, I don't know much about this woman, but, it makes sense. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about something that's coming up pretty soon. In less than 2 weeks, in 10 days, Chinese, or otherwise known as Lunar New Year, begins. Let's go to Thailand first to see how they're planning to celebrate. Ooh, dragon dance underwater?
What?
I think this is very creative. I've been to many
Why is it so
aquariums
quiet?
before, but none of them had cultural events like this. It's pretty
This is
creative.
insanely quiet. Gotta turn the sound up. That's not much better.
The equipment for the dragon dance has become longer and larger, so we need to be more prepared than before. We look back at what flaws we had last year, like unnatural or unsmooth movements, and use that to improve the dragon's movements to match what we want. It's more exciting this time.
Here you go, underwater dragon dance in Thailand. If you didn't know, dragon dance is kind of... I think they might be doing the dragon dance specifically because it's the end of the year of the dragon. Excuse me. Excuse me. Very rude. I was in the middle of talking.
How rude.
Yeah, dragon dance. I believe they're doing specifically a dragon dance because it's the end of the year of the dragon. We'll be entering the year of the snake now. There's some Chinese lore for you. And I think the more well-known version of this is something called the lion dance, something which has been done in China for a very long time. If you're not familiar with it, let's look at this not very well known. I think this is actually sort of a kind of unknown Jackie Chan film called The Young Master. It's actually a great movie. If you have access to it somehow, I would watch it if I were you. Old school Jackie Chan. This is like 70s. Actually, might have been. Was it before? I can't remember the exact year this came out, but it was a long. This is an old movie. And Jackie Chan's gonna show us a little bit of a lion dance here.
Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah.
Look at that lion dance. Well, there you go. A lion dance. Done by Jackie Chan for your enjoyment. Just figured we'd do that while we're talking about the Lunar New Year, which is coming on very soon. There's a ton of Chinese New Year celebration where you're at. That's cool. Yeah, I just figured we would, while we were doing, talking about cultural exchange between America and China on Little Red Note, we would do a little bit of Chinese cultural appreciation here in America and in space. All right. Last two videos here, last story, so great job. Everybody who made it this far. Been kind of a quiet night here in terms of, you know, everything, but it's good to have all of you here with us. Let's finish it off in South Korea, where, if you're not aware, there's been quite a lot going on. The calling of martial law, the impeachment of the president, and a slew of different protests which have been going on ever since. And as well as the arrest and detainment of their president, Yoon Suk-yeol. Start here, Associated Press 19 hours ago. Pro and anti-Yoon rallies in Seoul as impeached president argues against his arrest.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The issuance of an arrest warrant is absurd and illegal. The Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials does have constitutional... Well, sorry. Pause. I read that. Not fast enough. Oh shit. Scared Crow. Long live the chairman. Thank you for the super chat, Scared Crow. Alright, let me try reading this again. See if I can manage to read. Issuance of an arrest warrant. Absurd and illegal. The Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials does not have investigative authority. The institution without investigative authority cannot ever issue a warrant. If a warrant is issued, it would mean that the rule of law in the country has collapsed. What do you call issue? This is a fascinating sort of, what do you call it? Assertion by this guy. Because, you know, one might say that the law is over when you declare martial law because it supersedes all the rest of the laws. It's almost like this guy's forgetting the entire period in which South Korea was under military rule. It wasn't that long ago. It was like 40 years ago. It is an absurd situation and something that should never have happened. Now you might be asking yourself, why is this guy holding an American flag at a protest in South Korea? Well, Yoon Suk-yeol's party is very much linked to the United States, and at every single one of these pro-martial law, pro-Yoon Suk-yeol protests that we've seen, there have been just Just a vast sum of American flags flying around. I don't know why. I mean, beyond what I just pointed out, because, I mean, even with their association with it just feels weird. It's like you don't see that in America. You don't see that anywhere. But you see it here. It's an absurd situation. Something that should never happened. Okay. Martial law is a serious and illegal act that infringes on the fundamental rights of the people. I believe it is extremely dangerous for a president to impose it arbitrarily in a situation that does not constitute an emergency. Given that our country was under dictatorship for a long time, after liberation, I'm here today to help protect the nation from falling back into such a regime. Actually, I just realized something. I actually misquoted, or not misquoted, I misspoke. Because it actually started in the 80s. And then ended... When did it actually end? Maybe it didn't. Hold on. Maybe I was right. How long did? Oh, it ended in the late 80s. It started in 48. Started in 48, ended in the 80s somewhere. I don't remember exactly what year. Or was it 80? Oh no, it was I've misspoken 3 times now. Started in 48 and ended in 1980. So, for 44 years they haven't had martial law, but for 40 years before it, they did. And, having the president call martial law, all of a sudden in the country has at least a large portion of people there pretty worked up. I think rightfully so. Now let's go here. This literally came out during the stream 26 minutes ago. Arrest of South Korea's impeached president triggers a riot by his supporters. Oh, wow. They weren't kidding. They've stormed what appears to be a government building. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Wow. This situation is really escalating. Well, there you go. This is your latest news from South Korea. Yoon Suk-yeol's supporters. I don't know exactly what this building was that they just stormed, but rioting. Wow. Okay. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Geo Dragon, Moenoap, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all the people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.
Are you not entertained?
Oh wow, PB made it to the end of the stream. That's a first. Yeah, I think this is what we need tonight. Let's take it to the after stream.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years. Once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want. And I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare.